Good evening and welcome to the May 26th council meeting. Members of the public were provided with the following methods to watch and participate in this social meeting. You can attend in person at the North Country Community Complex. You can attend electronically via Zoom to observe the meeting or to speak to an item on the agenda. You can watch live stream by accessing the meeting on the township's YouTube page, or you can submit written comments to the clerk's division, and these were provided to council members for the part of the official record. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge and thank everyone for their presence tonight. We appreciate your participation as we come together to serve the community. I ask that we create a welcoming and positive environment for everyone that includes respect, that we listen to each other with care, speak thoughtfully, and engage kindly with one another. Kindness, that we treat everyone, council, staff, and the public with respect and understanding. Inclusion, that we embrace diverse perspectives and respect each other's opinions. Together, we can make this meeting space one where respect, kindness, and inclusion are at the heart of everything we do. Behavior that is disrespectful, disruptive, aggressive, or intimidating will result in those individuals being asked to leave. I'd now like to call the meeting to order, please, and call approval of the agenda, Councilor Rowland.
Moved by myself, by Councilor Tilley, that council adopt the May 26, 2025 council agenda as presented with the following addendum. 1, add correspondence received for item 11.22, report number CAO 12/2025, update Twin Pad project. And 2, add correspondence received for item 11.2.6, report number PD 28/2025, traffic concerns on township roads, Akiva Harvest Park official plan and zoning bylaw amendments.
All those in favor? Thank you, Councilor Tilley. That's carried, thank you. I'd now like to do the Indigenous territory acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the land on which we gather today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe and the Mutual people. We acknowledge the enduring presence with which we share this land and Indigenous people, their achievements and their contributions to our community. We offer this acknowledgement as an act of reconciliation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples of Canada. And as we look upon this, we have to remember how they treated us when we first came to this land. They treated us with respect. They welcomed us. They fed us. They assisted us in growing crops. And in so doing, they taught us how to be a respectful nation. And I hope that we continue to create that respect through all time. Because even if we differ in opinions, respecting one another is who Canadians are. And that makes me so proud to be Canadian, especially in this day and time. So I'd like to pause as we reflect on that moment, please. Thank you very much. Is there any disclosure of peculiar interest or general nature thereof? Councilor Austin and then Councilor Rowland.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I have a conflict of interest with the item 11.2.1 and possibly, depending on the outcome of the vote, 11.2.2.
Thank you, Councilor Rowland.
I have the same conflict of interest with 11.2.1 and possibly 11.2.2.
Thank you. Next, we have requested that consent agenda items for separate consideration, public speakers, identification. Are there any members of our council who would like to lift the consent agenda item? Council Williams.
Did we miss the approval of the minutes? Sorry, board.
Thank you. I was getting excited here. Go ahead, Councilor. Adoption of the minutes, please, Councilor Tilley.
Moved by myself, second by Councilor Williams, the council approve the following meeting minutes. 6.1, council meeting minutes dated May 12, 2025.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. Now, anybody wish to lift anything from the consent agenda? Councilor Williams.
Item 10.2.1F.
Correspondence from the Region of Waterloo?
No, correspondence from the Orange bill regarding Bill 5.
Okay. Would you like to speak on it now?
I was wondering if council would also, like to add their voice to that, so with, I really like the wording from Orangeville with regards to making sure that our environment remains protected as we try to build more homes. And I also have similar concerns about moving some of the planning authority to the province, especially since it's just been downloaded to the local municipality. So I was just, I'm a bit, yeah, so I thought it was a very well worded letter, and I share those concerns. So
Councillors, was anyone else thinking that maybe we should piggyback onto this or create our own motion? Thoughts, councillors? Everyone is speechless. Councillor Gomez, did you want me to make a suggestion or just no this?
well, typically we just note it, right? And then that we want to, or,
We have three options. We can note it. Use that as just a part of the agenda. We can create our own motion in relevance to Bill 5, or we can piggyback on the motion that is on the desk.
I'd recommend we piggyback. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Rowland has seconded, so clerk, please, we will, and all those in favor of doing it? That's carried, thank you, so you have direction clerk, thank you. Any other items on consent agenda? Seeing none. Any members of the public wish to speak to anybody besides the ACC and the Twin Bank? Like that's, seeing none. Can I have the motion for the consent agenda, Councillor Austin, please?
Moved by myself, second by Councillor Rowland, that the following information items as listed on the May 26, 2025 consent agenda be received. 10.2.1 communications correspondence. A, correspondence received from the Region of Waterloo Public Health and Paramedic Services regarding West Nile virus schedule of larvicide in pink colors for 2025. B, sustainable Waterloo Region 2024 year-end report. C, correspondence received from Hope Air regarding Hope Air Day on June 6th. D, resolution received from the Region of Waterloo regarding salt pollution. E, resolution received from the City of Waterloo regarding federal and provincial stimulus funding to fast track investments and infrastructure to protect local economies motion. F, resolution received from the towns of Orangeville regarding responsible growth in opposition to the elements of Bill 5. G, resolution received from the town of Orangeville regarding rescinding strong mayor's powers. 10.2.2 advisory committees, Heritage Advisory Committee meeting minutes dated April 22nd, 2025. And Grand River Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting minutes dated April 24th, 2025.
All those in favor? Carrie, thank you. Next, we have report number 08/2025, reintroduction of council utility motion from the May 12, 2025. We remove Air Community Center as a source of funding for the New Countries Community Complex Twin Pad project. We'll wait till the gentleman leave. You may be a long time, drink coffee, please. Okay, Councilor Tilly, would you have to introduce your motion, please?
Please.
Okay, Madam Mayor, are you just asking me to repeat the motion?
I'd like to introduce you. Yes, please, we do.
Sure. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Wilms, that council provide direction that the sale of Air Community Center ACC 7 Church Street Air will not be considered in any form as a potential source of funding to undertake the completion of the NDCC Twin Pad project. And that council provide direction to the treasurer that funds and reserves set aside for the purpose of the major rehabilitation of the ACC in 2025-2026 10-year capital forecast 2025 to 2034 will not be utilized or relocated as potential source for funding to undertake the completion of the NDCC Twin Pad project, and that the completion of the major exterior rehabilitation be shifted to the 2027-2028 time period. And that the purposes of clarity and certainty, the Air Community Center is and will continue to be an important and strategic building in the township's inventory to support valued community programming opportunities.
Comments? If I may, I'd like to make some comments. Yeah, I would like to, with your approval, ask that, for a slight amendment. And it would be, I'd like to say, leave the first paragraph or so and then say, and the adaptive reuse of the ACC in the 2025 to 2026 10-year capital forecast of 2025 to 2034 will be utilized in the immediate period to fund the NDC Twin Pad project in the amount of $3,548,800. And that the completion of the major exterior rehabilitation project be shifted to the 2027-2028 time period and consolidated with the adaptive reuse project of the interior of the ACC. And that the funding of the ACC major rehabilitation project be revised timeline to 2027-28 be drawn from a combination of $1 million from the Cambridge Municipal Boundary Adjustment Funds, reserves including Park Trust, and the Grandbridge Energy amount, if necessary for the dimension. And that in the interim period, staff be directed to monitor senior levels of government for any grant opportunities that may exist to support either the major exterior rehabilitation of the ACC and or the adaptive reuse of the ACC for purposes of a gymnasium. And that the purposes of clarity and certainty, the Air Community Center is and will continue to be important as strategic building in this township's inventory to support valued community programming opportunities. Now, let me just try to explain. Basically, I'm asking you to consider allowing the funds to be used today. And 2 years from now, we should have sufficient funds to move forward to do both at the same time. The exterior and the interior. Instead of hiring 2 different teams to do it at 2 different times, we can probably get the same trades and be more economic in scale because they would be there and working together. So we have the trades for the inside and outside working collaboratively at the same time, so that the facility is done at the same time, which is more advantageous for us. We're not taking a longer period of time to redo it in 2 different phases, we do it all in one. And in so doing, we can we can use some money now to pay back later when it's actually happening in a year or 2. One consolidated project, it creates certain efficiencies and 1 million again from the purchase of the land in Cambridge. Are you really? I'm saying we're on today.
So I was just noticing that there were people who wanted to speak on this as
That
well.
comes after. We can't do that until we decide on.
Okay, so we first have to figure out the motion and then we decide on, okay.
Sorry.
Can you like email that or something? Because that's with a long motion and it's hard for me to.
Yeah, can you pull it together and you can have.
My apologies.
I never see on the phone this afternoon. He anticipated it.
Thank you. I know through you, Mayor, to Councillor Tilly. I also have a question on why, particularly for the second section, you wanted to just leave all the monies alone. What were your original thoughts on that?
Thank you, Councilor Williams. In regards to the second paragraph, it was to ensure that we had the funding for the process and doing the actual what we need to do to keep the ACC moving towards a reused building. We're not going to put it off indefinitely, or that we're not going to rehabilitate it. But secondly, it was also to ensure that we could bring back, because the fact of the matter is, this is a big decision for council, that I wanted to make sure that we could, if there was a possibility, bring all council members back to this meeting. In regards to what Mayor Foxton just said, the only thing, and I guess I wanted to see there, was, okay, it was 3.548 million. Okay, so I think I misheard, or maybe it was misstated.
I was mistaken.
Okay, no problem. So that's the full dollar amount that we had as a budgetary amount. I would, yeah, if you can give us a little bit of time to process. It's very good wording. I think it's very interesting to process that. Sorry, could you go back to you, Councillor Welms? Did that answer your question in the way that you were expecting?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Tilly. I liked how part of your framing where you were like, let's not sell this. I'm fully in agreement with that. I also, like the part where you talked about, let's move rehabilitation of the air ACC out. And there's only so much as a township we could probably take on at once. And that will give us more leeway to take on a twin pad project. My big concern was if we leave out those monies, then it would be a lot of debt we would have to carry now. Whereas if we took those monies from for the exterior rehabilitation and redirected to the NDCC at this point in time, we would give ourselves a little bit more room to think about what we really want to use the ACC going forward for, because there's a lot of options, a lot of things to think about and process that.
Pickleball right next. Tennis.
Oh, I'm sure my kids will have ideas too. But that'll give us some time, and it might also give time for fundraising, since that's one of the concerns as well for the twin pad right now is it leaves so little time for fundraising. So I like where the mayor's motion is going. Like you, I want to just read it for a moment. I'm not sure about whether or not we should be putting money from the Cambridge Municipal Boundary Adjustment Funds into the ACC.
This is only a third, right? The other money's.
Correct. Yeah, I'm just thinking that it might be wise just to look at how we allocate funds at that time rather than setting aside funds at this time for that. Because some of that is not even, we don't even know, it's not in our hands. And I'm sure I wanna, I'm not comfortable right now putting money towards something until I really more fully understand the project. So that is a concern.
See, there's a few things that we haven't considered is the growth that's happened in there. Impact has not done the proper assessments yet, so there's still a lot of taxes to come in without raising taxes from landowners that already exist here. CEO McNeely, would it harm us if we did not put the 1 million in at this time? Or could we say that potentially using the 1 million, once we've got it, we can discuss it then?
So Madam Mayor, there's two things. Well, there is no motion on the floor other than what Councillor Tilly introduced. You have an item for discussion.
Correct.
So at some point, if council wishes to move in a different direction from what Councillor Tilly has pursued, two councillors would actually have to introduce a motion and second it. Because your office cannot, yes, in your role as chair, introduce a motion or second it.
Totally understand.
Now, with respect to the funding source, it is consistent in our 10-year capital forecast, aligned with our asset management plan and our funding strategy rising from our asset management strategy to identify sources of funding to offset a capital project that is deliverable sometime in that 10-year window. As council will recall, each year, twice a year, council typically sits down in a workshop type setting and revisits your 10-year forecast. It is a fluid and flexible document. It's only that in that year's spending that's actually adopted with a decision point. You adopt the 10-year forecast as a guidance document. So if council today were to identify funding such as using a portion of the funds from the pending boundary adjustment agreement with the city of Cambridge, council in later or iterative versions of the 10-year forecast could identify other targets or increase that contribution from that account if that was decision in the future. Your next time to revisit the 10-year forecast will be the workshop in August of 2025.
So I'm looking towards Council Tilly and Council Williams. Council Williams.
Yeah, so I think probably be okay to discuss this item, how we're gonna get funding for the ACC and put that to August. At least, not that far away. And it allows us in this meeting to focus on the twin pad. So if it's all right, Councillor Tilly, I'd like to request a friendly amendment, to, review, to change, that middle paragraph. Where we talk about purposes of rehabilitation. And that we do include maybe some of what the mayor has here. An amount of like, that we do include that amount of 3.5 million into, on the table for the NDCC project. So I'm not exactly sure how we want to word that, but
Councillor Tilly, are you okay with that? And if so, I would ask the other committee to talk after your motion.
Or,
Before.
sorry, I'm trying to follow Councillor Williams. What are you seeking to tweak from the general discussion that Madam Mayor introduced?
So I'd like to go ahead with the funding of the 3.5 million towards the NDCC and put off the rehabilitation of the ACC to the 27-28 time period. So that would be my friendly amendment request. And of course, staff monitoring for grants is always a lovely thing to do. So, but my main request would be just, can we, to Councillor Tilly, can we open up the motion to include the 3.5 million?
I would be in agreement with that at this point. I've listened to the community and I hear what they're saying. This is again, as the CAO has pointed out very well, and as many people have pointed out as well. Our budget is a very fluid document and it is something that we have to take in consideration. I think that would be acceptable in that manner. In regards to the money from the Cambridge Municipal Boundary Assessment Fund, I'm also in agreement that at this point in time, I think with the funding, roughly 3.5 million, that would bring us down to a much more cost-effective scenario. And listening to the community as well, it seems as though scenario 2 is where people want to land in this, and that I would also, I know that's going a little farther than my motion, but at the same time, if we're gonna talk dollars and dollars, then we're looking at a debt financing of approximately 4.2 million. That is something I think that is well within where we would want to be, and where even when we're talking about the NDCC twin pad previously, we weren't even close to that dollar amount. It was almost double that amount. So I want to see the project happen. Sorry, and I can see that Councillor Williams is trying to get your attention.
You see, only had his hand up first in there, but Councillor Williams, see only.
Madam Mayor, three Councillor Williams, just to make sure I understand the context of what you've asked Councillor Tilly as it relates to an amendment. Madam Mayor's discussion point had two key things. One was that the approximate $3.5 million that's notionally set aside in reserves in the 10-year capital forecast for various projects assigned to the Air Community Center in this immediate time period would be reallocated to fund the NDCC twin pad. Okay, so that's item 1. Item 2 was that the rehabilitation project, the exterior rehabilitation of the building, would be shifted out to the 27-28 time period and would now form a combined project in association with the adaptive reuse of the interior of the ACC. Associated with that was the funding strategy. So is your concern about committing to the $1 million from the Cambridge Municipal Boundary Adjustment reserves, including Park Trust and the Grand Virginia account, and if necessary, debentures? Are you concerned at this point in time in terms of articulating those sources? Or are you more comfortable understanding that a 10-year forecast is fluid and subject to periodic touch points and reviews by council, where it may say something and be drawn from a potential combination of $1 million from the Cambridge account, et cetera, et cetera?
Council Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So through you to CEO McNeely, I'm comfortable with the first part of your statement there about the 3.5 million. I'm comfortable with moving out the exterior rehabilitation of the ACC to 2027, 2028. If it makes sense to do so at the same time, we're also revisioning the interior, that's fantastic. There's no problem there. It does make sense to first figure out what we're doing with the building after the ice pad has retired, before we really figure out what we're doing it does make sense to do that at the same time. Where I am concerned and would be just about trying to figure out the source of all the funding tonight. Because I feel as though my brain has been in other directions, and this is like introducing something where I was not prepared to go tonight.
If I may, Councillor Williams, the statement's basically saying that, and that the funding of the ACC major rehabilitation project in the revised timeline of 2027-28 be drawn from a combination of $1 million from, and we could put down tentatively be drawn from, but we look at all options at that time to see where we stand. Would you be, if the word was saying potentially, would that be more comfortable for you?
Madam Mayor, I'm not sure what that would necessarily add, because we're gonna have to look at all sources in the future anyways. So I'm not sure why it is necessary to identify funding at this point, whereas if we wait a couple of months, we can just identify funding at that time.
I'm just concerned that if we don't add it in the motion now, it'll drop off. Or we'll find someplace else. I want to make a firm commitment to the ACC rehabilitation, exterior and interior. And therefore, to do so, I want to look at these potentials. We may not do them, but I want them there as a safety net. That's what I was thinking. Councillor Tillman.
Through you, Mayor, to the CAO, just if there could be, or even the treasurer, when it mentions reserves, including Parks Trust and the Grand Bridge, but more specifically the Park Trust, what consequences, what could be dropped from, because everything's going to be coming from something else that's already set. What was the Park Trust intent of that aspect of that statement?
So, Madam Mayor, through Councillor Tilley, the Park Trust is used for a number of eligible projects. Planning Act articulates how we can use Park Trust funds. And that's where there's a payment made in cash in lieu versus an actual dedication of land associated with a park purpose in a Planning Act application where there's land division, whether it be a consent, plan of subdivision, or a plan of condominium. Typically, in our 10-year capital forecast, we have identified the use of Park Trust accounts to fund rehabilitation of our play structures. Generally speaking, we have a 14-year life cycle across our various parks. And so on a rotation, we change out those play structures. And the funding is drawn from Park Trust. We are using it to do the major rehabilitations of the 4 rural park locales, being Branston, Clyde, Roseville, and Browns. We are using those accounts to pay for a portion of some trail enhancements that are in varying time intervals throughout the 10-year capital forecast. And we are eligible to use it for some minor repairs in one or more of our facilities where there's a recreation leisure aspect.
So in regards to the Park Trust, like what you're just discussing there, would any of those projects have to be put off or or even temporarily or even indefinitely because of this change.
So Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Tilly, so there's two components. One is revenue in on an annual basis, where we do take cash in lieu. And how does that contribute to the overall account over the 10-year period? And the other is what are we drawing out on an annual basis over the 10-year capital forecast? We have taken a very conservative perspective in terms of what our contribution to our trust account would be over the 10-year forecast. Certainly based on the current iterative version of the 10-year forecast, we are drawing down that account to fairly low amounts. It would mean that when we come back to you in August, we may be identifying one or more projects that could be pushed out a year or two to facilitate, for lack of a better term, having sufficient funds. If this project we're talking about being the adaptive reuse / major rehabilitation of the ACC is advanced to the 27-28 time period. I'm confident that we can fund all of the projects, but yes, there may be a need to slide one or more projects out a couple of years to allow them to occur.
If I can just take a minute to explain to the public, so when we say cash in lieu, so we take cash for a subdivision, right, and we create parks in that subdivision. But if you're building a cluster of 3 or 4 homes, and it would make the size of a driveway, well, we're not gonna make that as a parkland, so we take the cash in lieu and we put it aside for other recreation projects in the future. So when we say cash in lieu, that's exactly what's happened in this situation, where we gathered the money from these little pieces here and there, so that we can do something with it in others.
In that regard, Mayor, I believe that I'd be more inclined towards exactly what Councilor Williams is saying about picking this up in August. I mean, making the fact that we understand that the AC major rehabilitation project, interior and exterior, would be something that we will work on, but that we need to actually go through the process of deciding what it is that we'll be doing and what we may or may not be sacrificing from what we've already planned to do. Just without really going through all the details right now, because we don't really have that opportunity to say that we're gonna definitely use those funds, or to say that those funds are gonna be coming from there. I would be entirely comfortable with that at this point.
It wasn't just Parkland, though, it's Grand Bridge Energy and a few other places. But again, would you allow the word potential? I get concerned that we're gonna shortfall and I'd rather have the potential so that we can go forward with both projects in a timely manner. And that's the timely manner thing is the thing, because C.O. McNeely, if we say, yes, we're going ahead with the twin path. Yes, the ACC is safe in being rehabilitated and built and reconstructed for the gym in 2027-28, then he has to start like immediately. So would you allow for the word potential?
I think Councilor Williams is trying to get your attention, sir.
Councilor Williams. Oh, you must pass services.
So I feel like we're getting down in the weeds about the ACC. Like there's no doubt in my mind that we are committed to, like, if we're keeping the building, so we better figure out what we're gonna do with it. And we better make sure it's a good reuse, and I have no concerns that we will over time find the funds for it. I just feel that in this meeting, without having an evaluation of the other things that we're gonna have to push out or not. I just feel, I understand where you're coming from, Mayor, and I really appreciate the concern. We do need to make sure we don't neglect this asset, because it is important, and I don't think we will. I just find that at this time, I have not yet considered what are all the impacts, and without that, I don't feel quite comfortable adding it to my friendly amendment.
Okay, so C.O. McNeely, can you write up, oh, you have it? Thank you. And what kind of impact if we don't put that other type of funding in C.O.?
Madam Mayor, without the direction that obtained in your general discussion, we will have to report publicly to the province that our asset management plan is not funded.
So what does that mean? No twin bed?
You adopted a policy last year. When we sent to the province in accordance with an Ontario regulation that we would do an asset management plan, that we would do our continual reporting. And that we would have a funding strategy to make sure that our assets stay in a state of good repair. So if you move the project out and identify it with a cost center, and you don't have the funding strategy, then we're not in compliance with the adopted policy of Township Council as it relates to that Ontario regulation and the purpose of an asset management plan.
So this money that what I'm asking to put aside is for the ACC and the rehabilitation. Or it's both projects put together jointly. It's not to do with the twin pad at all. This is for the ACC that we look at those three things. Councillor Tilly.
I think the CAO has filled in a few blanks for myself on that, and in part of my original motion, it was in my intent to show to the province that we were not intending to leave the ACC on it without a plan, which is what I believe now. I fully understand, and sorry it took me this long to catch up, but I do believe I understand the intent of that we do have options to decide where those variances, what we could decide at that point. Councilman Williams, did that explanation make any further impression upon you?
Yeah, that was not something I knew about or realized.
We don't have those in the changes.
Okay. So we have to figure out the funding for this today.
No, we can just look at the potential for it now. Is that correct, CEO McNally? You can look at it now, but.
Yes, Madam Mayor, so if to address the concerns that Councilor Williams has. If in that middle paragraph, when we're talking about the funding sources to deal with the removal of the 3.548 million in the present time period and reallocate it to the twin pads. If you have the word potential in front of the combination, then that gives you the latitude as you go through future iterative changes to your 10-year forecast, understanding it's a guidance document and it's only enacted in the actual year of when the project is delivered. Then you are showing a balanced forecast. So what I was suggesting to respond to your concern was that paragraph, and that the funding of the ACC major rehabilitation project in the revised timeline of 27-28 be drawn from a potential combination of 1 million from the Cambridge Municipal Boundary Adjustment Funds, reserves, including Park Trust and the Grand Bridge Energy account, and if necessary, debentures.
So is that your motion, Councillor Tilly?
Councilor Williams, have a question?
Oh, Councillor Tilly, Councillor Williams. Did you guys stand here?
Yeah, I guess we have no choice but to add it in then. And then we would have to make a better discussion in August on what this actually means. Because I do want to make sure that this gets properly discussed and looked at. And that's why I was hesitant. And maybe there's opportunity here as well. At that time to really see what needs to be done, but okay, if that's what needs to be done, then go for it.
Council, can you print off the motion, please, so we can have copies? Okay. CEO McNally, Councillor Roman will need to see the motion to see whether he still has a conflict or not. He's been given advice on the wording that has to be. And Councillor Austin. This is where the noise happens.
Seeking potential.
Thank you.
That's the resolution, so that we're potential sponsors. We'll see what that does.
Sure, thank you. Council Tilly, motion please.
Absolutely. Moved by myself, second by Councilor Wilms, that council provide direction that the sale of the Air Community Center, ACC, 7 Church Street Air will not be considered in any form as a potential source of funding to undertake the completion of the NDCC Twin Pad project. And that council provide direction to the treasurer that the funds in reserve set aside for the purposes of the major exterior rehabilitation and the adaptive reuse of the ACC in the 2025-2028 10-year port, is that correct? 2025.
I was just talking about the 10-year capital plan.
Okay, there we go. 10-year capital forecast, 2025, 2034, be utilized in the immediate time period to fund the NDCC Twin Pad project in the amount of $3,548,800. And that the completion of the major exterior rehabilitation project be shifted to the 2027-2028 time period and consolidated with the adaptive reuse project for the interior of the ACC. And that funding of the ACC major rehabilitation project in the revised timeline of 2027-2028 be drawn from a potential combination of $1 million from the Cambridge Municipal Boundary Adjustment Funds, reserves, including Park Trust and the Grandbridge Energy account, and if necessary, debentures. And that in the interim period, staff be directed to monitor senior levels of government for any grant opportunities that may exist to support either the major exterior rehabilitation of the ACC and or the adaptive reuse of the ACC for the purpose of gymnasium. And that for the purpose of clarity and certainty, the Air Community Center is and will continue to be an important strategic building in the township's inventory to support valued community programming opportunities.
All those in favor?
Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor.
I just should speak.
Oh, that's right, that's right. Okay, you start with Nancy, I saw you, Nancy Grill. Yeah. You have 5 minutes, Nancy.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Gorell and I live on Mitchell Street in Air. To open my statement, I would like to thank Ms. Hadley, who's not here tonight, for addressing council at the April 28th meeting, defending the ACC and requesting time for further discussion. It's surprising to think that council might have voted on April 28th to sell the ACC with no data of users, no input from the township population, and their own leisure study showing the value of keeping the ACC. It appears that sport is consistently put ahead of the arts, but what was more upsetting was that this decision was going to be made without the knowledge or input of the council's constituents. Scenarios 1, 2, and 3 developed by a staff member should never have made it past the council table. Were we all just to find out when the for sale sign was in front of the building? It seems that the construction of the twin pad was a done deal, as every scenario said build, 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 even though the council report stated it was contingent on receiving the full grant from the government. What I do notice is that nowhere in any scenario was there a budget to replace the space you were taking away from the ACC for the Air Paris Band, for the Air Pipe Band, or for the ACT. They need good acoustics, suitable stage, and a safe place to rehearse without putting their hearing at risk. There are other avenues of revenue if you remove the ACC funding, the relocation of township staff, and the mayor to the building on Earl Thompson was budgeted at $803,000. It came in at a total of $598,000, which was $204,000 under budget. Where did the surplus of the $204,000 go? How did council justify almost $600,000 to move approximately 30 people 10 minutes down the road? That amounts to about $20,000 per person. That could have gone to the twin pad. Where is the assessment of the ACC property to come up with a value of $1 million? A house in Air sells for over $1 million with far less property. The sale of the library was $250,000, another example of an undervalued property. Why did we budget and spend approximately $300,000 for an elevator in the ACC if you now want to sell it? That's even more money wasted. It doesn't seem fair that the fundraising commitment was lowered. If you go with scenario 2, which from what I've read in all the letters to council, seems to be the one people want, and in the report 2025, you're proposing, the fundraising you propose is just over 10%. That is not enough, because if the hockey people want it, increase the cost ice users pay for the ice until the deficit funding is recovered. The taxpayers will have no choice but to pay for the twin pad, whether they use it or not. And this could be more than the majority of the tax base can tolerate, with the increases that will come from the region and the township portion for next year. This entire process has left a very bad taste in the mouths of a lot of people. There needs to be a better communication with your constituents for matters of this magnitude. Council needs to recognize the value of people who may only ever find their passion on the stage, or playing an instrument, or singing. People who only feel seen in the creativity of the arts. There is room for both, and both need to be celebrated and protected. Maybe Ms. Adney was right in her statement that maybe this needs to be an election issue. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
My dog and I regularly walk past the Air Community Center. This morning was a new experience. I felt the risk faced by our old arena to be sold, sacrificed really, in support of attaining Air's second twin pad. I want to recognize the dedication and enthusiasm invested by those working towards this goal. Unfortunately, the option to sell the ACC is deaf and blind to the unique needs of some active arts and leisure groups. I'm sure the twin pads will be built without selling the ACC. I speak as a longtime supporter of the arts, with my history of growing up in Brantford, where sports dominated community conversation. It was a desert for creative souls at that time. Thanks, Wayne. The Village of Ayr is magical and offers a blend of natural beauty with a friendly vibe where strangers greet one another when they pass by. We boast numerous locations for arts and leisure, and I hope to keep it this way. Many important things are tough to measure in money. Having an already existing space to express our creativity is a gem worth treasuring. Music, drama, and the visual arts thrive at the ACC. Many of us, airheads, chose to stay or to come here for the peaceful vibe and beautiful environment and creative pursuits without getting into our cars or traveling very far. It was a rite of passage when my son was allowed to walk on his own to school and to the arena. The end of ACC, with its vibrant, diverse use, will be a loss to many of us through all of our different life stages. Is there a ton of time and space open here at the NDCC? At a time where large modern facilities dominate, I speak for the quiet beauty and the small town charm that allows our arts and leisure groups to thrive. This wonderful building can't replace that special ambiance. Whether you visit the Ayr Community Center for music, visual arts, theater, or even a buck and dough party, it's a special setting. And you know, you just can't move apart. Thank you. Be well, everyone.
I'll be at next.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm waiting for Eric to do his magic right through my head so we can't see. So in 2019, we decided to start up our youth volleyball program in Ayr. Basically, they were coming to Cambridge and there was large numbers, so we said, why not do it in Ayr? The response, of course, has been fantastic. So much so that in 2021, we said, let's have our beach program come to Ayr too, and that response has been doubly effective. Our only real challenge though is, we don't have, like many, court sport groups, we don't have the facilities. That 250 number is really low to the potential that is in air. But again, many people have the same issues. So the reason I'm here is somebody said, oh, they're gonna sell the ACC. I said, what? So that's why that last statement is it. I said, that can't be true, because I've had this dream in my head about how the Scorpions can help. So next slide. So the club has, I just believe in community, and over the 10 years I ran the club, we spent over $750,000 in Plus Lynch, Cambridge and Ayr investing in the communities. And when I came to Ayr, I first of all, positive to you and your staff, unbelievable. Working with other communities, this is a joy. You might think this is bureaucracy, it's not. I came 2 years ago, I said, we have some money, we want to invest in Ayr, I think it was $60,000. We want to get a grant, we want to put in sand courts for youth and adults in the community. It happened in 1 year. That doesn't happen anywhere else. Thank you so much to council for this. So how does these 3 sand courts, how do they? So last year we had 75 kids. This year we have 150 kids for 3 days a week. We have adults 1 day a week. Next week will be 4 days a week. And that's in 3 years. And including the tornado, which kind of threw things. Again, thanks to council and staff for that. So you had the tornado and all of a sudden our courts are gone. So I got all, okay, what's gonna go on now? So sure enough, I called you in the spring. I said, I have 150 kids registered. They said the courts are done. Thank you. That's confidence and I really appreciate that. So we've invested in Ayr, but we want to invest again, because this is a beautiful community. Next slide, please. No, I'm in your way.
Sorry.
So this one's been on my mind for 13 years. I wanted our club to invest in this, 13 years. And how it happened was 13 years ago, we were at a tournament in Michigan. I drove my daughter there and we pulled up to this abandoned mall. And my daughter was just ranting at me. She said, Dad, you're lost. I said, no, I'm not lost. But I thought I was lost. But what it was at the back of the mall, it was an abandoned mall in a Sears. They put in multi-purpose sport courts. They just threw them in there and they had their tournament. And ever since I said, this is so easy. Why aren't we doing it? Well, I haven't been successful until now. A few years ago with Ayr, with the ACC, I said, this is ideal. And this example here is the best example I can show you how easy it is to get done. So they have provincial volleyball championships in Waterloo. And every year they turn field courts like the artificial turf. They turn the rinks into volleyball courts. That's 4 days and they're playing. And again, multi-sport. This is volleyball because that's what the club's about. But whatever, pickleball, basketball, you name it, you can do on these multi-sport courts. So what we wanted to say to you tonight, but I realize now I'm 2 years early, is the club would like to donate $200,000 to finance to install the.
Whenever you go to region, clapping's not allowed. You have to do this. Thank you.
Anyway, yeah, that's it. And then so last slide, last slide is if you have any questions, because I mentioned to you that counselor staff for 13 years, this has been on, believe me, these people that make these courts, they get a call from me every couple of years. And then I call them back 2 months later, ooh, sure, I didn't get the place, but ACC would be perfect.
Just a comment to people,
Yeah.
staff, when they do a report, they take the information they have. They're not allowed to give their opinion. They're not allowed to take into consideration what your hopes are. They are to do exactly what council directs them to do. It's council's decision on how they'll react to that report. And it's our job to take the heart of the community in, not the staff. So please don't blame them. Okay, but thank you, Paul. I know you did. You can
No,
do that staff.
yes.
And I do have amazing staff. You should all be very, very proud. I'm very, very proud of you.
It's a joy to deal with you guys.
Yes, I agree. Next up, we have Diane Schmidt. Diane, you're at the back. Where are you, Diane? There you are.
It's age, I'm very old. Your worship, your councilors, Billy and Wills, and fellow citizens of North Humphreys. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to respectfully but firmly oppose the proposed sale of the Air Community Center to help fund a second ice pad at the North Dumfries Community Center. This is not just a financial decision. It's a decision about our history, our values, and the kind of community we want to see. In 1950, the original Air Community Center was built through the incredible efforts of the Women's Institute, who raised $55,000 at a time when the average yearly income was $3,000. In 1975, new safety standards forced its closure. But just 2 years later, in 1977, the community once again came together and raised $523,000 to build the facility we have today. That building still stands strong today. Yes, it needs upgrades, estimated at $3.5 million over the next years, but it remains a versatile, structurally sound, and deeply valued community asset. Right now, it holds 600 spectators for hockey and 850 for summer events on the main floor. The upstairs hall serves 180 for receptions, theaters, meetings, and band practices. That's not just a building, that's a heartbeat. A space for celebrations, performances, sports, and connection. Meanwhile, our population is growing rapidly. In 2012, AIR was projected to grow by 50% within 3 decades. That future is arriving now. And as we grow, so do our community needs. Other towns are adapting. In Paris, their community center, Silas Arena, was transformed into an indoor turf facility for soccer, lacrosse, football, and it's used year-round. The community groups rent it, use it, support, thrive, and the building continues to serve. We can do the same right here. Imagine an updated AIR Community Center with indoor turf for off-season training, soccer and lacrosse, and even volleyball. A theater space for cultural events, a museum to celebrate our Dumfries 200 years of history, a permanent home for the Air Bears band to practice and give us concerts, a year-round indoor farmers and artisans market, a space to hold special meetings. These ideas aren't wishful thinking, they're feasible, forward-looking, and rooted in what our community already uses and already has and loves. Selling the center is partially offset the cost of one new hockey pad may seem practical in the short term, but it's short-sighted. Hockey matters, but so do the arts, culture, family events, and non-ice sports. Once it's sold, we can't get it back. Will we be forced in 10 years to spend another $20 million to build a space for everything I just mentioned? Let's not solve one problem by creating another. This center has stood for 49 years, built by the people, for the people. It has always adapted to meet our needs with vision. It can do so again. Let's honor the generations who built it, not by selling it off, but by investing in it. Thank you.
Yes, you're up. That's decided. You're not speaking?
Actually, we were planning to address the other motion, but maybe I can leave it a few comments. We'll address the other motion when it arrives. But few things have arisen here that I just want to be clear on. The CCG was formed way back when to address all recreational parlance that we thought for the township, and based on, we worked on very closely with the township over the years on investing in various things. Part of that, of course, is the NDCC as it stands today. I don't think it would have existed without the CCG's participation in it. Certainly the soccer park would not exist without it. We did provide money to the Scorpions to the time to put in the sand courts that are there. And we actually put in about, I think it was about $180,000 for us towards the ACC to keep it running, because we were worried the ACC was going to stop running, and therefore we wouldn't have two ice pads, which we clearly needed as a community. So we're definitely have been in support of what is in the Leisure Services Master Plan. The Leisure Services Master Plan clearly identified the recommendation that we would have a twin pad here, and that we would convert the ACC ice pad area into a multi-use adaptive recreation indoor facility. And we were strongly in support of that, and we have been all the way along. So we're about to, for when we had the twin pad discussion, make sure that probably was be part of the discussion, but now it's being addressed here, which is great. So certainly we believe in the value of the, what I call the multifaceted programming that's available in the community hall, and therefore completing the exterior rehab as step one, and then the step two being the interior revamping of the facility into a recreational facility was always part of our consideration. So that just throw that on the table, but clearly we're trying to address that in the next motion, the next item.
Thank you. And I believe in community, and I believe in, I love music, I love the arts. Diana, when approached me and said we need a theater, the first thing I said was get a hold of Diana. And so I believe in this, I believe in the market, and I believe in the sports. I believe in a well-rounded community, and we have that here, and we need to protect it. The next up is Barb Black.
Hi, I'm an airhead. Even though I moved to Cambridge, forgive me. I'm going to speak word for Irene Ady. I'm proxy because she is unable to be here tonight. She didn't want me to read the first paragraph, but I'm going to do it anyway. Okay, so this is Irene. My name is Irene Ady, president of the Air Paris Band, vice chair of the North Dumfries Heritage Preservation Society, vice chair of the North Dumfries Historical Advisory Committee, member of the Air 200 Committee, and a hockey granny. Working together, we are stronger. This catchphrase is used often by our mayor, Sue Fox. The proposal to sell the ACC has caused a rift in our community. The longer that council has delayed in deciding how to fund another ice surface, the wider the rift becomes. I don't recall a time in the history of North Dumfries that residents have been more divided. Council has heard from residents who want more sports facilities in a township that has a postage stamp sized facility that works for the arts. The arts community isn't asking for more space. I believe they are asking for a more balanced approach, using a scale that is already massively unbalanced in favor of sports. It is not just the balance between sports and the arts. It is a balance of walkable facilities. The NDCC is not walkable. Delaying the adapted reuse of the Air Community Center means that school children, seniors, parents with their children, and commuters who want a walkable destination once they get home won't be able to walk to the ACC to use the proposed volleyball, pickleball, badminton, indoor year-round soccer, maybe lacrosse and a preschool soft playground, and also the market. The possibilities are endless, and they won't be walking through downtown, stopping at the coffee shop, the convenience store, the restaurant, or takeouts. In the words of Councillor Rowland, who was referring to the demolition of a historic landmark, the ACC could fall victim to the same demolition by neglect if funding is removed. When some residents objected to the proposed site of the new Foodland store in 2012, I remember the words of a longtime resident who said, "A report can say anything you want it to." In 2022, 16% of residents living in North Dumfries at the time responded to a leisure survey. Of that 16%, only half supported a twin pad. Almost the same number of percentage of people supported a pool. The 8% who voted for a twin pad were not aware that they would be supporting the sale of the ACC or the removal of the reserve funding that would mean delaying or abandoning the commitment of the funding of the ACC adaptive reuse. If we are relying on internet surveys at the very least, a new survey should be requisitioned, making it very clear what a vote in favor of the twin pad could mean.
Barb, you have 1 minute.
Requisition the appropriate studies and take the time to make an informed decision. Don't consider a knee-jerk solution. Demolishing the ACC and taking that reserve should not be part of the twin pad funding proposal. Problem solved, community reunited, let the healing begin.
Excellent. Danita, where are you? There you are. You're up.
Mayor Foxton and members of council, I'm reading this letter on behalf of other members of the Township's Leisure and Lifestyle Advisory Committee. Most of them are here this evening in alphabetical order. Ann Quinn, if you'd like to stand for just a moment, since we wrote this letter together. Ann Quinn, Courtney Hope, Jackie Wright, I'm next in the alphabet, Janet Millard, Jarrett Bellamy, who I think is not here this evening, and Tamina Brenner. So it's on our group behalf that I'm reading this. When we asked to speak this evening, our plan was to read in full our letter as submitted on the 21st of May. As it turned out, in the past few days, there have been significant events and announcements about the potential sale of the ACC and other related facilities and planning. That being the case, my comments now on behalf of the North Dumfries Leisure and Lifestyle Advisory Committee have been rewritten. We ask you and members of the public to consider reading our full letter on page 195 of the agenda packet, actually the revised agenda. I guess it grew, page 198. This remains our statement and position. In brief, the ACC has a significant role in our community life and its future, and that to sell or otherwise dispose of it would be a terrible and irreversible loss. Our letter acknowledged the work and care from CAO Andrew McNeely and his team in formulating proposals for funding the Twin Pad project in North Dumfries. We thank the Township Council for allowing concerned residents the opportunity to express contrary views. We also affirm the need for updated recreational infrastructure, including a second skating surface with related amenities located at the NDCC. I will now add that we're grateful to the Air News for its role in informing and engaging so many individuals, families, and groups at this time as well. Among the many lessons learned is that the ACC is valued by many who use it now, who would use it if we're better equipped and maintained, and who cherish its role in our present and future community life. Our letter highlighted the ACC as a multi-use space relied upon by many organizations that contribute meaningfully to our town's cultural and economic vitality. We also expressed our belief that the current level of use does not reflect potential diversified uses if suitable spaces were available. We noticed some of the many challenges that would face with respect to fire, especially considering policy level restrictions on its use, some of which we detailed in our letter. We speculated that these challenges helped explain why revenue for the sale of ACC is proposed to be only $1 million, which, while insignificant in amount, would allow the township to utilize funds otherwise intended for refurbishing of the ACC. We emphasized the severe limitations already faced in Air and in North Dumfries for participation, arts, and culture. With nowhere to go, groups might leave the community or shut down entirely. How truly sad that would be for residents and visitors of all ages who benefit from their presence. We next noted the benefits of the ACC and how it contributes to the downtown of Air. For example, held at the ACC bring foot traffic to local businesses and create a sense of vibrancy for the entire community. Our letter discussed these and other points within the space of what might have been read here this evening, in 5 minutes. And while we urge you to read it, we recognize that within the agenda, you will find many other letters also supporting the ACC. And then beyond merely keeping it, advocating for planning and action to bring it to its full potential. Arts and cultural events, sporting areas, gathering and learning spaces, these all contribute to a walkable, vibrant, well-designed public realm, which supports the diverse recreational needs of the town and township. In closing, our letter urged council to pause and engage in broad public consultation to gather data, listen to all sectors of the community, and work toward a vision that is inclusive, balanced, and forward-thinking. We, the members of the Township's Leisure and Lifestyles Advisory Committee, wish to offer our services as a group and as individuals to be part of the broader discussions about the ACC. We propose approaching this constructively, creatively, and proactively. We share a deep concern for the ACC's future, its development, and its path to fulfill its potential as a valued place in our community life.
Thank you. Chris Key.
Evening, Mayor Truxton, members of council, township staff, and community partners. My name is Chris Key, and I'm here tonight, not just as a resident of North Dumfries, but as president of Air Minor Softball Association. Somebody deeply committed to building opportunities for our youth, for our families, and our entire community. Let me start by acknowledging the progress that's been made. The fact that the township secured $5 million in federal funding is no small feat. That kind of investment doesn't happen without vision and dedication, and the decision to conduct value engineering studies demonstrates that you're taking a pragmatic, fiscally responsible approach. But tonight, I want to challenge us to go beyond cost cutting, to think bigger. Because what's at stake here is not just whether we build a second ice pad. What's at stake is whether we protect and grow the platforms, the physical and cultural spaces that allow our community to thrive. That's what the Air Community Center is. It's a platform. It's not just an arena. It's a launch pad for programs, for passions, and for people to come together. We've heard the arguments. The ACC is aging. It needs work. It could be sold to offset costs. And on paper, selling it for $1 million seems like a simple solution. But here's the thing. Simple isn't always smart. You don't tear down a strong foundation when what you really need is to renovate and to adapt. You build on. Here's what we know. Retrofitting the ACC without replacing the ice making equipment, a cost of roughly $4 to $5 million. Building a new gymnasium or indoor turf space from scratch, at least $8.5 million and climbing. The building is structurally sound. It's versatile, and it's already deeply woven into the fabric of this township. Meanwhile, North Dumfries is growing in population, in diversity, and in scope of community needs. And that's a good thing. But growth requires infrastructure, and infrastructure takes time, planning, and yes, of course, vision. Air Minor Softball has seen our girls registration grow year over year by 100%.
We now support 19 teams of all levels of play, and that level of growth doesn't happen without demand, energy, and momentum. It doesn't sustain unless there's space, a safe, accessible space to grow into. Right now, we rely on Cedar Creek Public School to run our winter programming. Due to space limitations, we're forced to cap our training groups at around 15 players. Over the past winter, we booked that gymnasium over 45 times. But the reality is, we're outgrowing it. With access to a larger, more modern space, we could expand our training sessions, elevate skill development, and truly build the kind of year-round inclusive programming that this community not only needs, but it deserves. The ACC is that space. Today it houses arts groups, theater, music, cultural programming, and spring training for our players. Tomorrow, it could be so much more. Indoor turf, community events, year-round programming for all ages and interests. What's needed isn't a sale. What we need is a strategy. Let's talk the dollars. The township has no current debt and ran a $1.2 million surplus. There's over $700,000 still in earmarked from past fundraising ready to be deployed for a new build. The revised fundraising goal of 1.75 million is modest compared to what this community has already shown it can raise. This community shows up. Over 10 years ago, we rallied to fund the NDCC, and today that same strategy is here. Local families, businesses, and organizations are ready to get involved again because we believe in what we're building. Here's the bottom line. Selling the ACC might balance the ledger this year. By keeping it, preserving it as a core of our community's ecosystem balances the future. You don't build a championship organization by trading away talent for short-term relief. You build it by investing in development, by creating depth and planning for what's ahead, not just what is right now. That's what great teams do, and that's what great communities do. So I'm asking council tonight to support our youth, to support our community, and just as importantly, reject the sale of Air Community Center. Let's give ourselves room to grow. Let's protect what generations before us have built and position it to save generations to come. Let's build something lasting together.
Would anyone else like to speak on this? Donna and then Andrew. So anybody else besides the two? Diana? Okay.
Dawn?
Dawn? Oh, yeah, Dawn, I thought Dawn was going to speak out the motion. Did you want to speak?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'd like to do. Yeah, did you?
Donna Ward, DAWWARD. Next one. I originally was not going to speak. I have read the whole package. I read Councillor Tilley's motion. But now the motion has changed, so I feel like I really do need to speak to this. And I totally agree with what Irene has said, that this has not been a public discussion. And the public is not aware of what is happening, except for in the Air News, what they have read. And even in the council package, they are not aware of this possible removal of the $3.5 million. Even though we're not selling, it seems like the motion is to not sell the ACC, but it's not very transparent. And I'm very disappointed in that, because I feel like removing that money with the possibility of finding money somewhere down the line is going to make our the ACC become demolished. It's going to fall into disrepair. If the money is found, and I had a chance to look today at where some of those the budget monies could be taken from, could be taken maybe from the library. They're gonna take it from the trails. Are we gonna take it from our roads? Those are all things that the public needs to be aware of. And I was quite hopeful when Councillor Tilley talked about, let's have a look at this budget. Let's see where this money is coming from, that we're going to possibly have to take in 2 years down the road. What else is gonna go? So I urge you to put this off to a later date. I know that does not, bode well for the Twin Head Fundy or whatever, but I truly believe that this needs to be taken to the public. Let's have a look at what the public really does want. Since you are representing our population. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Name, please.
Andrea, Andy, REA, Evans, EVANS, Smith, SMITH. Good, so Mayor Foxton, esteemed members of council, and all of my neighbors of North Dumfries. My name is Andrea Evans Smith, and I've called Ayr my home since 2012. When I tell my family back home in Burlington, where I'm from, what it's like to live in Ayr, I tell them about three things, and Mayor Foxton, you reminded me of this. It's the walkability, making it an easy walk downtown to catch a concert at the park on Wednesday night, to see a parade, to visit music and books. I also tell them about actually knowing and talking to your neighbors. And above all, I tell my family in Burlington about the sense of community that's ignited by these many community events, such as the Ayr 200 celebration, where I was a committee volunteer last year. And in that year, it really blew my mind how proud people were of their hometown, its history, and how passionate they were about the future. I've been involved in the arts for most of my life, from singing to performing in theater, and most often to playing in musical ensembles. When I joined the Ayr Paris Band 3 years ago, after catching a concert in the park, I was blown away by the passion and the quality of musicianship we were able to draw from two communities that were much smaller than the city I grew up in. I've been equally impressed by the Ayr Pipe Band, the Ayr Community Theater, the youth dances my daughter used to attend at when she was younger. All of these are important community building events that have taken place at the ACC or involve groups who practice at the ACC. These events, which I believe are equal to hockey and hockey tournaments and softball and volleyball, these are the types of events that bring our community life. And these are the things about Ayr that I've grown to love. Now, I don't want this to be a fight about the arts versus sports. That's a fight that I've heard far too often as an artist and as a person from a family of artists and as an educator. This last weekend, I actually submitted my thesis for my master's in learning and technology. So this is something I'm familiar with. We often talk about the great qualities that participation in sports can bring to an individual, be it collaboration, teamwork, leadership skills, good mental and physical health. But there's a lot of overlap with the arts as well. Academic studies resoundingly demonstrate that the arts are not a mere pastime, but a vital pillar in the development of thriving communities. I've heard a couple of people talk here tonight about how diverse our community has become, and the arts can serve as essential bridges for that, finding common ground in our increasingly diverse neighborhoods. They serve to give participation in the arts to the whole community, and that can help one to develop leadership skills, agility to change, divergent thinking, and critical thinking skills. So I would be deeply saddened to witness our community inadvertently deprioritize these practical skills that are so effectively strengthened through music, visual, and performance arts. So even if that decision on funding is deferred a couple of months, remember, the arts is watching. While we in the arts community are often accustomed to making do and finding creative ways to practice our craft with limited resources, in this instance, it feels undeniably clear that our needs were potentially being deprioritized for other community groups whose needs are undoubtedly equally important. This is not a fight about the arts versus sports. So we sincerely hope that you, Mayor, and our esteemed members of council will reconsider the decision. And if the earlier part of the meeting were an indication, I applaud you for that right-brainedness that we as artists use every day, thinking critically about this problem and finding a compromise that recognizes and supports the equally vital interests of both our sports and our arts community. So either way, whatever this vote goes tonight, either way, this plan cannot go forward without consideration for the arts. Thank you very much.
Just wanted to state that Ivana stood up and said what happened, what C.L. McNeely said is, we have a strategic plan that we give to the province, and on it is the ACC and the rehabilitation method. We have to follow through. So that's what this motion does. When we added those added dollars in, that ensured that otherwise we have to wait filings and explain. And it's like going to the principal's office. You don't want to do that. So it's going to happen, and it's going to happen in 2027, hopefully, and we're going to, instead of doing it in 2 phases, which is the exterior and the interior, we're going to do them at the same time, so we can have the trades all there at the same time, doing it. We believe that there's efficiencies in that, so that's what that's what the motion's looking to do. Diana, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor Foxton and members of the Township Council. My name is Diana Barber. I'm the president of our community theater. At this time, I'd like to introduce Michelle DiTomaso, my vice president, and Jamie Hoffel is our secretary. We're here to ask the township to remove the sale of the Air Community Center as an option in financing the building of the Twin Path North Dumfries Community Center, which it sounds like this is what's going to happen. Since our founding in 2021, ACT has welcomed over 3,000 patrons, drawn talent and audiences from across southwestern Ontario, and brought meaningful cultural and economic contributions to our community. Approximately 30% of our cast and crew are local, and many more Air residents volunteer their time behind the scenes. You have no idea how many. Together, we have built something very truly special here in our village. Our home base is the ACC. We rehearse there 3 times a week. We store our sets, our props, our costumes all there, and we stage most of our productions there as well. The ACC has become more than just a facility, which I've heard from others tonight as well. It's a gathering place. It's a gathering place of fosters connections among seniors, students, volunteers, all alike. In February, we were informed that the new elevator at the ACC was not going to be completed in time for our spring performance. In response, we reached out to Knox United Church for a solution. And this led to the misconception that ACT was permanently relocating to Knox, which is not. We're so grateful to Knox United Church and its wonderful congregation for providing and accommodating for us. However, after 2 productions in that space, it became clear to all of us that Knox is just not a viable long-term solution for ACT. It doesn't meet our technical, scheduling, or financial requirements. With this, when the sale of the ACC was first proposed by Mr. McNeely, there was no clear plan for where ACT or other performing arts groups, such as the Air Paris Band and the Pipe Band, would fit into the new proposed facility. The ACC is well suited to all of our acoustic and our technical needs. Should council commit to propose built performance space in the new facility, substantial planning and investment would be required to ensure it meets the unique needs of groups like ours. There's a great value in having a cultural venue in our downtown core. Patrons often enjoy dinner at a local restaurant before or after our performances, and many volunteers and patrons can just walk right to the venue. The loss of the ACC would reduce foot traffic in the downtown core yet again, another further impacting our local businesses. We fully support Air's thriving hockey community. We truly do. And we understand the importance of the proposed Twin Path Arena. However, we do not believe the sale of the ACC should be required to fund it. Arts and culture deserve equal investment. A well-rounded community supports a range of investment of interests, recognizing that not all young or old people are drawn to sports. Many find belonging through creative expression. If the ACC is sold, ACT will lose 3 essential resources: rehearsal space, our performance space, and storage for all of our sets, costumes, and props. After listening to the council meeting tonight, I'd just like to add that we hear what you're saying, and we appreciate that the sale of the ACC seems to have been taken off the table for the time being. And we're hearing that you are recognizing the fact that there are needs to be done, things that need to be done to the ACC. I think our concern is waiting 2 years when there's already eavesdrops falling off the side of the building. And we ourselves fixed a washroom wall before one of our performances because one of the children kicked it in. There's disarray that needs to be looked at as well. And we do bring thousands of people to this community. It would be really nice to have somewhere nice to bring them. So we respectfully ask for your support.
Please preserve the ACC as a shared space that supports all sectors of our community, including the performing arts. Air Community Theater was created with community in mind, with this community in mind, our. We work hard to serve and uplift our talent, and we hope that the council feels the same. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Joanne. So the things that are going wrong with the agency, let our staff know, those minor things are not what we're talking about. We're talking about major things. We're talking about significant funds to do the exterior and interior. But when those minor things happen, we can fix those right away. Just let us know.
Well, we're just, yeah, those are, well, we did.
Good.
And those are just examples, but when you're, like, I would actually, I would suggest to everyone, as you're walking up to the ACC, pretend you're someone brand new. And that you're looking at it for the first time. And then tell me, there, you know, there are things that can be done that could just be very simple. And just to leave it for 2 years, having a person, being a person whose house was hit by a tornado, I know what it's like to leave your house. So a building unattended, I believe that was part of our harvest, right? A building unattended, how does that line go again? It falls to disarray. I'm good. Falls to disarray. Falls to disarray, right? And we use the ice house. We should have used the ACC as a.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Go ahead, Russ. Did you have any?
Okay, Russ Hutchings, I live on Swan Street. I've been a fundraiser for the CCG for the last 20 years. And it's a ground root organization. I'm not talking on their behalf, I'm talking as a citizen. So I did a bit of an in-depth analysis on the ACC because there was a building condition assessment done in June, I think, of 2023, which laid out what needed, it ranked the building as poor, fair, and unacceptable. So as I looked at it, the total spend on that BCA report was $3,056,000 was to fix up the ACC. When you looked at the various categories, fair was $1,547,000, and in poor condition, $1,499,000. But it should be interesting to note that of that poor, 1 million of that was ice surface repairs. So with the ice surface repairs removed, the only thing that's left in poor condition is approximately $500,000. So I know that at some point in time, there's gonna be more work that's gonna need to be done, but that building's not ready to be condemned. Sure, there's little twinks, but down the road, this township's gonna get $3.2 million locally from the sale of land. And I don't wanna hold up the building of a second pad and continue to escalate costs on not looking at what we've already paid for. We paid for a study of the ACC, and this is what it says, $500,000 of poor condition. Not 3.5 million. So that freeing up some funds, which we've talked about tonight, allows us to move forward to get that going. Because it's been too long. We've waited too long to get this thing going. I spent a lot of time, Mike spent a lot of time, we've all spent a lot of time trying, and we appreciate you and your involvement. But we have commitments from people in the town. People have talked about 1.75 being, you know, a goal that might be too easy. Well, if you look at Cambridge, they want to build 160 million with the facilities, they want to raise $16 million. You look at the sports park, that's Schlegel. That's all being paid for by development monies. They're only getting $3 million from the community. And we worked hard to get that $2.2 million to build where we are. We got 750,000. We got verbal commitments to almost take us to 1.1 million before we can start. So my point is, we keep delaying. That's going to keep driving up the cost. And I'm glad everybody's united. We want to keep the ACC. And if we all work together, we can bump up that fundraising goal, like community center, the community theater. Does funds, if everybody contributes. So all we're talking about right now is fundraising for the NDCC. I've never heard anybody mention fundraising to rehab the DCC. So if we all work together and kind of realize the same pot, we can get this done. Thanks.
Thank you, Russ. Good evening.
My name's Amy Hodgson. I'm the president of Air Rockets Girls Hockey. I'm just gonna be quick, and I kind of want to speak to both council and Madam Mayor, and say how fantastic your staff are. They have done a fantastic job over the years. But I also want to speak to, from the argument of the sports versus the arts. We have never wanted the sale of the ACC either. And we also know that it's not being kept as an ice surface. Unfortunately, that if we delay a shovel in the ground on the twin pad and we have a catastrophic ice failure at the ACC, hockey and air is almost over. Minor hockey and air would not survive the season. Both boys, girls, we're talking 800 participants. Girls hockey has expanded almost 40% over the last 2 years in our growing community, and we know that it's growing more. So I want to make sure that people know, like, especially our township knows that this was never a hockey versus arts. We also don't want the ACC gone. We know our community is growing. We know that we need that facility, and we really hope that all of this is taken into consideration in a timely manner, that ice surface is failing. So we do need that second ice pad to keep our sports alive too. Okay.
I'm really proud of you tonight. Tonight you came together as community. And you stated your opinions and you showed that we're more together than apart. We heard it. We want the vibrancy of sports. I love going to the Sensors. I love going to the theater, Diana. I love listening to the band. As you all know, I'm there. I love it. And I love this community. And it's not the hockey or the band or the sports events. It's the heart of the people. And when we come together, we're a can-do community. And we will get this done. We will get this one done. We will get, sorry, see all the police and diapers will be in. We will get it to my head. We will make sure the ACC is done right. And we'll move forward. So now we're at the motion. Oh, one more person. I'm sorry. Did I miss you? Oh, Dawn. Sorry, I thought you were gonna be later. Welcome, Dawn.
I'm Don Eby. I'm with the Air Centennials. I've been a part of the community for my entire adult life. In fact, we are standing on the back 30 acres of our family dairy farm. I have also been a volunteer with the Air Centennials for 40 years. The NDCC has been a tremendous facility to showcase the Air Centennials. It has played an important part in watching and developing of the Centennials' growth from a junior D club to a junior B hockey club. In fact, there's no other town our size with a junior B club. Visitors are very impressed with our facility. The twinning of the NDCC will have a tremendous impact on minor sports, adult groups, as well as the Air Centennials. There is nothing more rewarding than meeting a former Sens alumni and learning they too are giving opportunities to the youth in their own communities. In fact, a number of those alumni are paying it forward in this community today. The Air Centennials fully support the NDC or the North Dumfries Council to move forward with the twin pad. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
I was gonna address the next motion, but Russ says I should talk now. We'll get everything out on the tape. Thanks for having me. My name is Mike Clay and I'm here representing the Center for the Community Group. We are a volunteer-run registered charity. We started with a small group of individuals with a vision. With many of our members having put serious time and money into working with the township and fundraising to create much needed recreational facilities. I hope that you have the time to read our detailed letter submitted for the meeting today, which I'll try to précis in the 5 minutes allocated to me. The argument for the twin pad now is simple. Two ice pads are available now. The ACC ice pad, which was built in 1977, is well past useful life, undersized and needs to be replaced. Two, the township has seriously turned its attention to performing needs studies, doing the design work and cost estimates, and incorporating the twin pad in its capital plans. We are shovel ready. Three, we heavily utilize both ice pads and will continue to utilize them more as validated by needs studies and the growth of the many ice user groups represented here today. Four, once the ACC ice pad is no longer viable, the result will be catastrophic for the many ice users in this community, as available ice capacity will be cut by 1/2, leaving these groups scrambling and quite frankly, putting their own viability at risk. Five, the township has been awarded a $5 million grant for the twin pad. The CCG has committed its entire remaining financial resources with a current valuation of $740,000. Plus, we have received indications that we can readily get $250,000 to $300,000 almost immediately from local donors. We're talking over $1 million. So we're well on the way toward the community fundraising target of $1.75 million. All this financial contribution will disappear if we do not proceed. That's over $6.75 million. And the cost of the building, the second pad, goes up by $1 to $1.5 million per year delay. It would never be more affordable than now to build the twin pad. The township's leisure services master plan issued in 2022 recommended the completion of the twin pad and retiring the ACC ice pad so that it can be converted to an indoor rec site, which would also maintain the ACC Community Hall for its multifaceted program. The CCG has always supported this and is advocating for that outcome now. The sample survey professionally completed in 2019 for the master plan says 49% of the households in the township access the ice surfaces, whether it be for adult or minor hockey, figure skating, and or ice skating. The ice user groups here today have growing enrollment and collectively represent the largest organized recreational entities of this township by far. Not saying anything here baseball. They have seen similar growth at the younger age group. We are seeing massive growth across the board for ice user groups and for organizations like Air Baseball. We can't forget the many volunteers that spend their time supporting these groups, or the spectators that attend the many events and use the supporting facilities. Think of the crowded stands at the Air Sands games, the many parents and grandparents that watch minor hockey and figure skating, and the many visitors for tournaments and events that spend their money in town. We're talking of thousands of people a year drawn to our ice facilities. The approved 2025 capital plan for the township includes proceeding with the twin pad with a debt of $6.8 million. Unexpected changes in anticipated federal government funding have led to considerable work being done over the last couple of months. It shows that the twin pad scenario 2 can be realized for much less than the budgeted debt figure without selling the ACC. I'm not going to comment any more about that because you guys have been playing the numbers as we've been talking earlier. We can have both twin pad and the ACC community hall for less than anticipated. Conversion of the ACC ice pad to an indoor rec site can be done now that once the twin pad is built and the ACC ice pad is no longer needed. Funding options for that conversion can be pursued in the meantime. In our letter, we've outlined a number of options for potential funding. Okay. For the average household in North Dumfries, the cost of servicing the debt is roughly one small Tim Hortons coffee every 2 weeks, and the cost will go down as our community grows and the assessment base expands. The original NDCC was financed partially by debt that was fully paid off in 15 years. The township is debt-free now, ran a surplus last year, and is in a strong financial position. Again, not proceeding now means the capital cost of the twin pad will go up significantly year over year.
1 minute, Mike.
Yeah. In conclusion, the CCG supports proceeding with scenario 2 of the twin pad now by reallocating some reserves and assuming a modest and affordable level of debt consistent with the 2025 approved capital plan. Actually, it'd be less than the approved capital plan based on the discussions that we see out here. We do not believe the ACC needs to be sold to achieve this. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take.
Never thought I'd say this in a council meeting, last call. Okay, Councilors Tilly, do you want to present your motion?
That's true. Moved by myself, second by Council Williams, the council provide direction that the sale of the ACC the Air Community Center, ACC, 7 Church Street Air will not be considered in any form as a potential source of funding to undertake the completion of the NDCC Twin Pad project. And that council provide direction to the treasurer that the funds in reserve set aside for the purposes of the major exterior rehabilitation and the adaptive reuse of the ACC in the 2025-2028 10-year capital forecast, 2025 to 2034, be utilized in the immediate time period to fund the NDCC Twin Pad project in the amount of $3,548,800, and that the completion of the major exterior rehabilitation project be shifted to the 2027-2028 time period and consolidated with the adaptive reuse project for the interior of the ACC. And that the funding of the ACC major rehabilitation project in the revised timeline of 2027-2028 be withdrawn from the potential combination of $1 million from the Cambridge Municipal Boundary Adjustment Funds reserves, including Park Trust and the Grandbridge Energy account, if necessary, debentures. And in that interim period, staff be directed to monitor senior levels of government for any grant opportunities that may exist to support either the major exterior rehabilitation of the ACC and or adaptive reuse of the ACC for the purposes of gymnasium. And that for the purposes of clarity and certainty, and the Air Community Center is and will continue to be an important and strategic building in the township's inventory to support valued community programming opportunities.
All those in favor? Got it, thank you, that's scary, thank you. You know what, we just need to make the community, and we do stand together. We have certain parts in our hearts, but as a community, we're whole, and be very proud of them as you walk out the door and look at your neighbors and smile. Thank you so much, and you can stay the rest of the night's with you. You don't believe me?
Thank you, Eric. Thank you. You too.
Yes.
10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, 11.2.2, report CAO 2012-2025 update twin pad project. Did you want to do an update, CAO McNeil? Go ahead.
So, Madam Mayor, because of the resolution that was adopted by council in the earlier report and modified, significant portion of what is laid out in CAO report 12/2025 has now been superseded. So if I could distill it for the benefit of council, just now sort of cutting out about 10 pages out of the 22-page report. You have $5 million from a federal grant. It's roughly $6.5 million short of what you had hoped for when you developed the 2025 budget. So your first question you have to ask yourself is, do you wish to secure the $5 million federal grant? If the answer is yes, then you drop into the value engineering exercise, which was consistent with the direction that Township Council provided staff on March 13th at that emergency council meeting. Staff have put forward 3 value engineering scenarios. Each one maintains the integrity of an NHL ice surface in terms of width and length. There are different aspects depending on which scenario you're looking at in terms of what amenity space goes with each of those scenarios. And obviously, the more components you add, the higher the cost is. So I would draw your attention to table 2, which is on page 65 of your modified council agenda. You can see in that table, you have the fundraising at 1.75 million for each of the 3 scenarios. You see the federal grant in the amount of $5 million for each of the 3 scenarios. Development charges is only applicable for scenarios 2 and 3, because that's where you would actually create additional warm side programming space on the 2nd floor that could be used for recreational activities to support future growth. You would see for each of the 3 scenarios, consistent with the resolution that was just adopted in the prior report of 3.548 million rounded, being a reallocation of certain dollars from reserve accounts that were initially targeted for the ACC and various projects in the 25 to 28 time period. And then you see a sliding scale of debt financing with the lowest debt exposure, rounded approximately 3.7 million for scenario 1, scenario 3 having the highest project cost. The debt exposure is approximately 5.3 million. And then if you scroll down just a little bit further on page 65, you would see what the average payment is in terms of principal and interest on an annual basis for each of the 3 scenarios. And you would see what the cost is for the average assessed home on an annual basis based upon the 2025 assessment base. And it varies from approximately $45 for the average assessed house under scenario 1, and for scenario 3, approximately $65 for the debt financing if ultimately scenario 3 were to be selected. So that is really condensing the report. It reflects the direction coming out of the prior actions of council with the adopted resolution from 20 minutes ago. So your first question you should ask yourself is, do you want to leverage and secure the $5 million grant through the Green and Inclusive Community Building Fund? And if yes, then you're turning your mind to the value engineering solutions and which of the 3 scenarios best align with council's expectations.
Thank you, CAO. We just want to make sure people understood that when it says the increase of like $65 a year or $44, that's a year, not a month, that's a year. So anyone from the public wish to speak on this item?
I just have one question.
Go ahead, Mike. You have to go.
So that $65, does that take into account the $3.5 million that move over from reserves? Oh.
Anyone else? Go ahead, Michael.
Just for clarification, if you haven't had a chance to read our detailed letter, the CCG was proposing scenario 2 as the optimum choice. The reason is that it provides the additional programming space. Like, once you increase to 2 ice services, you need to have some additional space to put some of the people that are going to be there for various events and things, and plus it provides an additional programming space. Therefore, we think you need to have that additional programming space, which is why we've been recommending scenario 2.
Can I ask why you eliminated scenario 3?
Sorry? Why didn't say scenario 3?
Yeah.
Well, largely because scenario 3 included, I think, fundamental differences were the additional change rooms, and putting a kitchen in the programming space. The kitchen's already available over at the ACC, the community hall. So it really comes down to, do you think 4 or 6 change rooms? We were concerned that at the time that, quite frankly, that people were going to be really worried about the level of depth we were going to be carrying. So we were proposing the middle option at the moment. But 6 change rooms would be optimal. That's what you normally have for a regular size ice pad. And if you go to Ice Park or any of those other places, that's what they usually have. But we were quite happy to live with 4 if that's what we needed.
Anyone else wish to speak? Going once. Going twice. Councillors, any questions or comments? Council Tilly? Council Willis?
Just to, and this is gonna be a reminder for us, this is a bit of changes over a short period of time, but it seems like a long, short period of time now, with a lot of information coming and going. The same question you just asked, Mayor Parkson, is the same question I have in my mind is, although it's $1 million additional, is, and that seems like a lot for 2 change rooms and a wet bar.
The bar would be great.
That's kind of the conversation that in my mind is, well, if that's gonna become a rented space or rental space, should that be in that area room as well? So that is something that I start wondering, is that something we should consider? And can that be scaled to a different level without, if we can get away with, again, I understand the aspect of 6 change rooms. So you can have the extra ice opportunity for changing in between games and for other setup. But it'd be 4 sufficient, but we still wanted to consider possibly putting that service area for the food / beverages. I guess like the question to staff would be, could we license that area as well, that community center area?
See you on the panel.
So, Madam Mayor, the vast majority of our communities hall spaces are licensed under the township's alcohol policy.
Would it require, I thought it would require that kitchen area in order to do that, if people wanted to rent that space? They wanted it for an alcohol purpose facility?
Typically, food goes companion with alcohol. You don't necessarily need a kitchen to do that. You need a servery area, and that could also be just tables put in the program space to provide that. The approximate 1.1 million variance between scenario 2 and scenario 3 is the 6 full change rooms versus 4.5. To accommodate the 6 full change rooms, it's a physical addition to the north elevation of the building to allow for the space to accommodate the 6 full dressing rooms on the lower level. Translated now, you've created some extra space on what would be the second level. And that gives you the opportunity now to put some more storage space on the second level, in that large community room. Plus, I'll call it the kitchen server here.
Council Williams.
So we heard from the previous delegations, just a need of more space as well for arts. Is there, and one of the nice things about Bird ACC is that it's acoustic, it's very, like the room up there is really set up for community space. Is there going to be opportunities, should we go with either scenario 2 or 3, where we can think about making sure that these rooms are also perhaps more acoustically friendly, opportunities there for setting up stages as well? See what I can.
So, Madam Mayor, through the Councilor Wellens, there is no space for a stage in the context of what you have down at the ACC. That doesn't mean you can't bring risers in and create temporary stages. We do that at the McNeil Hall. We have temporary risers to create a stage environment, and it's multifunctional by how we can lay out that raised platform area. You could certainly replicate that opportunity as the situation arises in the proposed larger of the 2 community halls. As it relates to acoustics, acoustics is generated by a whole bunch of different factors. And it's as simple as a block wall, lots of window glazing, the roof or ceiling component. That's why the ACC doesn't work very well in terms of its overall acoustics.
You meant the ADCC?
Sorry, the NDCC McNeil Hall, that's why it doesn't work very well. Glass is actually one of the worst things we could have in terms of acoustics. Certainly, the second floor construction, we could be looking at more sympathetic materials versus block on the second level. It could be drywall or some variation of drywall that has a little bit more capacity to absorb sound. You could go with a higher order ceiling in terms of, rather than just generic acoustical tile, ceiling tile, you go with a higher order roofing finish. What we don't have, and I'm thinking now of true performance spaces, we don't have the height or clearance. Okay, so it's not very good as it relates to if you start putting multiple risers in terms of height, in terms of your clearance. It doesn't have the recessed roof or ceiling where you could put light bars or hang sound systems. It is designed largely as a multi-purpose, multi-programmable space. So yes, you could improve acoustics versus just a traditional programming space, but you will not replicate on this budget anything in the order that would be meet the tests that your cultural groups are looking at for acoustics. You would actually have to look at an alternative expense to achieve all of those aspects.
Councilors, any other questions? Council Mills. And then Council Jones. That shouldn't give me thumbs up.
So I liked, there's a lot I liked about scenario 2. It does provide more programming space here, which I think is important. I know that there are other groups as well. I really do want to have area. I concur with Councillor Tilley that some sort of wet bar at one of those rooms would be quite nice. Especially now if my family's renting anything. But at the same time, it's not necessary. So, and for $1 million, I'm not sure that's necessary. But yeah, I think I like the second scenario. The amount of debt that will be going into seems fairly reasonable for this. That was a huge concern of mine. So yeah, anyway, that's where I'm landing.
Councilor Tim.
So my only regard in this is whether or not we have one opportunity really to do this correctly. And I mean, if we miss an opportunity, if we do something that we miss out on, I mean. It does sound like option 2 to me is as well the most easiest choice, because it gives everything we want. In a way that doesn't harm us in a way of financial. But my question is there something we're gonna regret not doing? That we maybe should consider doing, because we can't go back and add it easier after the fact. So that's really where my mind's at, and I'd like, honestly, I want some more, I want some more input by the people that use the space the most, and secondly, in regards to whether or not this is, yeah, good call.
Ross?
If I could, Madam Mayor, I'd like to, just quickly, the variance between option 2 and option 3 is in $1 million wet bar, just for clarity. We're talking 4 dressing rooms versus 6 dressing rooms, we're talking 2 floors. Option 3 is a larger facility, full stop.
Right.
So the second floor is much larger, because we have the space above the dressing rooms as well. That's how it's costed out at $500 a square foot. So, and the reason that we had to expand the building was there is no raised seating section anymore, which means there's no second floor washrooms. They were relocated to the first floor, pushing out the dressing rooms. So you're having 6 full dressing rooms, you're having ground floor washrooms, but you're also gonna build multi-purpose space above that. Having built the theater and, you know, Twin Pad and several other buildings, about a dozen of them. We can incorporate items into the facility to make it conducive, knowing what we have or knowing what could be there in the future. More importantly, not putting in things. So don't put in the glass, don't put in the concrete blocks, don't put in the things that cause problems. And quite frankly, Galena Hall was never built to be a theater, and that's why it serves the purpose it is, which is a beautiful facility. It was never built to be a theater. We can add those into the costing, and we can deal with those. But I think to CO's point, we weren't planning to build a theater on the second floor, just to temper everyone's expectations. That was not the intent. You can increase ceiling height, you can do different things, all of which will increase cost as well. So we're being cognizant of what the costs are. However, to your point, Councilor Tilley, this is kind of your one shot. If you don't build the second floor now, you won't be able to build in the future. You could modify the room if it's there, but if you don't build the second floor now, you don't build the 6 dressing rooms now, it's a challenge later on to do those kind of things. So that's the difference between the 2 costs.
Councilor Singh.
So again, I would love, I don't know if anybody can pull it up there, but I was trying to look quickly through my email about the different design options. But if I remember correctly, there's also a possible standing area on the second floor, inclusive of the along with that extension out above the dressing rooms.
So Madam Mayor, through Councilor Tilley, in all 3 scenarios, there's a small addition to the existing second floor mezzanine that will go into the new ice surface. And we need that to provide connectivity between the second level and the new ice surface. Because the spectators are largely going to be at ice level, standing by the rink or sitting on the bleachers. If they wish to use and access food in the breakaway cafe, that provides the connection back up to the mezzanine. We also need it as an emergency escape in terms of a path of travel based on the occupancy capacity of the existing NDCC bowl arena. And that becomes really critical when the ice is out and the pad is also being used in addition to the seating component. And so this ensures that we achieve and maintain code requirements in terms of multiple points of access and egress in the event of an emergency. So that's why in all 3 scenarios, there's a slight addition to the mezzanine level. Mr. Raycroft's point was the programming space is unique to scenarios 2 and 3. And scenario 3 allows even more space, for lack of a better term, because of the building addition at the north elevation caused by creating the full 6 size dressing rooms.
So, councillors, it's my turn, I guess. I'm leaning towards 3, and the reason I'm leaning towards 3 is it's a $1 million difference around there, and but we get so much more, and we know we can't go back and do it again. And I think we should do it now. So I'm leaning towards 3. I'm gonna, there's a couple, so you want to speak and you want to speak, so again, go ahead, names, please.
Amy Hutchison, president of Bear Rockets. I was just gonna add to Councillor Tilley's question on like hearing from the people who are going to use the facility. Great, yes, 4 dressing rooms gets the job done. When we host big events, big tournaments, things like that, and you're talking about $1 million down the road, the ability to rent those spaces and have those 6 full dressing rooms, those additional spaces upstairs, whether it be for events, tournaments, or community events, or even viewing areas. I do believe that money would be recouped really fast in that additional, that $1 million. So just speaking from somebody who would be using those facilities on a daily basis, that those 6 dressing rooms is an easy answer from a hockey side of it. Okay.
Hello, my name is Tasha Godfrey. I'm also with the Air Rockets and have a child in the Air Flames. Just really quick again, to go back to what Amy was saying with the dressing rooms, the other thing we talk about is, talk about like, fire hazard, stuff like that. If you do have back-to-back games and there's only 4 dressing rooms, you will end up with kids that come, you should get out early and you'll have lines of bags along the hallway. They can't get in, there's a lot of waiting. It usually sometimes can push back when they can get onto the ice. We've been to arenas like that. You can make it work. It's not great. The other thing I want to say is we've heard from a lot of arts opponents here tonight. A lot of them seem to be sound art. So there has not been a lot of discussion about what kind of visual art maybe those program rooms could be used for dance, for more than just music and theater. So it would really be nice to see the extra programming for all of the arts in Air.
Well said. I was just thinking about the silver sticks and how many silver stick tournaments we have, and the multitudes of teams that come in, and that's where the 6 would be really advantageous. Michael.
Yeah, actually, more of a question through Mayor Boston to CEO McGilly and Mr. Rayproud. My recollection is that almost every modern ice surface I've been to in the last 10 years has had 6 change rooms for an ice pad. Is that the case? Am I just dreaming that?
See that buck being passed?
Through Madam Mayor. 6 is essentially the standard. We were asked by council to look at value engineering. I think what's important for council to understand is we give you options even if we don't like options, because that's our job. We are not recommending 4 dressing rooms. We can make it work for you. I've worked with a facility that had 4 dressing rooms. But we do not recommend that. If you're asking our preference, we would want 6. We would recommend 6 rooms. I'm sure counts. Director Wynn would agree. And that would be our preference, is to do it the best we can with the money we have this time around, because it'll just be that much more expensive in the future. So 6 would be the recommendation.
Councilor Williams.
So we agreed about half an hour ago that we take the 3.5 million from that was currently set for the ACC and move that on to the MDCC, and I voted for that. And we did that because we realized we need to make a choice of what we're going to invest in the near future. But we also did it, and it also, I think, really impacted other groups in Air who feel a little bit like, okay, are we now the second child? If we go ahead and now spend another extra $1 million on an NDCC tin pad, I'm not sure what kind of message we're then sending to the arts groups. Like, we cut off $3.5 million, and we didn't, but like, it can be interpreted in that sense. And now we're going to just go off and add another, like, that's why I don't agree with scenario 3. Just because it feels like, okay, now we really are not being as balanced as we should be. That's just my.
Mr. Vincent, and then, okay, we'll go on.
Dave Vincent. If we're talking about $1 million, I think we're wasting everybody's time. We're gonna build a building, let's do it right. Let's do it right the first time. $1 million for this township is nothing. We all have debt. Every one of us has debt. We just have to manage that debt properly. So for another $1 million for scenario 3 to build what we want, to build what we're proud of, to build what we could do, these silver stick tournaments, Rockets tournaments, whatever. It's a drop in the bucket for what we're discussing. Yes, I respect the arts, don't get me wrong. But there's also an opportunity for them to raise some money as well. So for us to worry about $1 million of a facility that is gonna bring thousands and thousands and thousands of people in this town, I don't know why we're discussing it.
Hi, my name is Libby Berry and I'm a member of the community. My husband happens to be the director of hockey operations for the Air Centennial, so I feel I must mention that because I'm here a lot. But I'm also really involved in the arts in the community, and I've sung with the Air Pairs band. I've performed up, in that building, and I know that space very well. And acoustically, it's wonderful. We don't have that kind of acoustics here, and I've definitely been part of other musical endeavors in the community over the years, as well as supporting the ACT group that was here earlier. And what I'd like to ask is a question actually about if the scenario 3 were chosen and there was a space that is additional because of the 6 change rooms. I'm wondering about the size and scale of that room. I'm sorry, I haven't looked at the information. And I'm wondering about the revenue that could be generated from rental of that space and if it would offset the extra $1 million and provide a space for art groups to meet. Because we're always looking for spaces to bring our performing arts groups, and also for community groups that have nothing to do with the arts, but have nothing to do with hockey or sport either. So extra community space that can generate revenue for you is something to really look at, and I just wanted to ask if that has been considered.
So you want to hear me?
So Madam Mayor, on page 59 in the revised agenda, we do quote the general footprint of the 2 programming spaces that we're talking about that would be on the 2nd level of the twin pad, as envisioned in either scenarios 2 or 3. So the largest of the 2 rooms, the open area is approximately 40 feet by 60 feet. And so to give you an idea of what that would look like, that's the open area of the current ACC community hall, not including the kitchen or the stage area. So just the open footprint. The 2nd programming room is slightly smaller, and it would be approximately 30 feet wide by 45 feet in length. That's slightly larger than this room that you're sitting in today. So both are good sized programming rooms. Both rooms, by being slightly different in their size, cater to other activities, some of which are difficult to program today. I'll use an example. We have dance here a couple of nights a week. And through the summer, they've got rotational summer programming in terms of a camp. There is what we refer to as the fitness room. They are significantly limited in terms of how many patrons they can support with each of their programs. Certainly a larger space, whether it be comparable to this or that larger 2nd room, would be extremely attractive to them. That's a form of culture, dance, because they do the whole variety spectrums of dance in one or more of their modules. We don't presently have space for the visual arts. So think of people doing painting and the like. We have done some pop-up programming under the leadership of Director Karen Winter, And we've done both youth and we have done adult. And they have met with some level of interest. We've been using makeshift space for them. With more storage space, we could actually have instructors store their easels and create a space where painting would occur and I'll use a classroom-like instruction for the benefit of people. So not everything has an acoustical element that falls within the broader realm of the cultural field, but it would create more programming components in addition to, I'll call it recreational type activities and or spillover from other activities that are coming to the building and wanting programming space.
So the revenue that could be generated by renting that space, it sounds like there's opportunity.
There would be yes, most of our space, with a few exceptions, is we have rental rates either by the hour or blocks of time. And whether we're talking about here at the NDCC or the ACC, there's a sliding scale. But the vast majority of our programming space is rented.
Yeah, that's the gift that keeps on giving about building community spaces, is that revenue generated by them continues. I just wanted to make that.
Adele, you want to speak?
I just, Dale Play, I'm longtime residents, my kids, I've been so involved in many community aspects, sports and activities, schools, you know. I just wanted to bring up the fact that the reason we're here now to this situation is because the foresight, you know, would have cost us so much less had we thought the whole situation out previously. We wouldn't be in this position right now. $1 million with rental revenue, pulling that in, I think you'll recoup it quite quickly. And that's my viewpoint, and I'm concerned that if we don't do it, we're limiting ourselves. And one other point is, would we not open it up to other, like Silver Sticks, going, wait a second, we could have it there, they now have 2 ice, it's all in. So we might be broadening the spectrum of who would be using. Thank you.
Go ahead, Miss.
Okay, just going on with those points, 2 programming rooms give you 2 more naming rights. 2 more change rooms give you 2 more naming rights. So, you know, I'm pretty sure you probably get $50,000 of programming and naming rights. Change rooms, I seem to recall, are $25,000. So, you know, just to throw that out there.
Councillor Tim.
Hate to do this, staff, but can we put it up there? Can we put up the I know I'm looking right now, trying to find the drawings for these, I don't know if you have those accessible.
So I have them on my PowerPoint presentation from a month ago.
Perfect.
And while he's looking at that, I was doing down the breakdown of the finances. This is less than a $6 a month increase in people's taxes. That's $6 a month, it's less than $6 a month, that's what, $65 a year? And it's 12 months, so it's less than $6 a month. That's not option 3. I thought it was, what is option 3? Did I thought you had right up to 65, well. Well. I don't know what she had, she wants to be, so we got it. Well, do you know how much option 3 was? How much tax increase was option 3? I didn't want to interfere with you and your hunting.
That's you, Madam Mayor. No, unfortunately, I just build them, I don't pay for them. That would be, Ms. Rock's problem to figure out.
That was $65.
That's what I thought, it's less than 500, less than 60.
A year.
A year, 65 a year, but less than $6 a month.
So Mike, I mean, again, we could get into semantics about, you know, $100 versus $50 or anything like that, but it's really, to me, it's whether or not we would ever regret not making the right choice right now. And this is the part I'd like to discuss with us. It's just, I mean, I get it. Alita is got a good, Councilor Wilm's got a great point about the fact that we need to share the love. We just can't keep on saying that there's only one thing, but we have an opportunity here where we've been giving it a dollar amount from the government. We've got resources that are coming into this that are one-time opportunity.
Okay, so on the screen, what is showing blacked out or grayed out is the existing portion of the second level of the NDCC. So if you take a look, where the existing event room is, will be marginally narrow. Because we actually have to have a hallway corridor of approximately 9 to 10 feet in width. That would continue, I'll say northerly, to access the two new programming rooms that are further down the building addition on the second level. So the event room would stay, albeit in a slightly smaller configuration. And we then create the two programming spaces. So the first one, where they're circling with the mouse right now, is approximately the size of this space that we're in tonight. You will see there is a universal barrier-free washroom, access off the hallway corridor, because presently the only full universal barrier-free washroom is on the main level and off the front foyer opposite the administration wing. There is a janitor's room. And then there are 3 storage spaces. One runs between the 2 program spaces so that you can access and store off of either program room. And then there are 2 additional storage lockers off of the bigger room. Now, what you don't see is at the north end of the building, that's where there'd be the 22 by approximately 40-foot wide addition. Because that's where the second, on the first floor, you've got the expanded footprint to account for the 6 dressing rooms. So now above it, you would have a kitchen servery area and another storage locker to fit that 22 by 40-foot addition at the north elevation of the second or larger of the 2 programming spaces.
Option 2.
Scenario 3.
That is 3. Okay. I'm just
Sorry,
reading.
scenario 2, but we talk about the expansion on the north elevation is the difference that allows you to count for scenario 3 on the second level.
Can I see scenario 2?
That is 2.
So, okay.
It's mine, it's just, they're just circling the area that would say scenario 3.
Oh, that is the difference right there. Plus the. Sorry, I know, the mayor and, Councilor Wilms got into a discussion there, and I think they're missing out what I was saying, so I'm just gonna continue out there. So if we know that we have to have one option to do this, and that we will not be able to go back and do this again, I wanted to not try to convince Councilor Wells, but just try to hear her point of view, because I'd like to, other than the fact that we don't, I can see you want to keep this funding down, but if it's functional space that's going to use the betterment of that, and even the potential usage can now allow for better use during times of renters and everything, and open up the possibility. I do see that as a better facility for potential use that may not, if without that, we may not, our facility may not be considered as a place for a Silver Sticks or another event, because of the fact that there'd be complaints. I played hockey for 12 years of my life, and lots of them were small places like Drumbo, New Hamburg, St. George was where I played out of here and there. And we just managed by with it. And that's what I think Mr. Raycroft is saying, is that we do have that opportunity to make something that will manage. But if we're gonna do it once, I see myself as a person that invests in the right thing at the right time. So.
CEO McNeely.
So Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Tilly's point. On page 62 of the agenda, staff has a recommendation as it relates to the 3 scenarios. And we've said to properly accommodate both warm and cold side users and the associated program space and expanded building, but ultimately scenario 3 is the preferred solution. And we say this based on the narrow assessment attributed with the principle of operational flexibility, forward-looking to ensure that adequate space is allocated to meet demands of a growing community, and that flexibility is accounted for in the design and building layout to reflect change in terms of community standards and expectations. We conclude by saying council should deliver a building that is constructed to the view to the future. We've talked several times, once the building is up, it is difficult to construct an addition. We can re-demise space within walls, but it's difficult to do an addition after the fact. And so if you see the need, if you see the opportunity, and it gives you flexibility for the future to adapt, then the investment should be made in the present time period. What I also want to stress, and I think Ms. Hodgson identified it in one of her comments, if we're only at 4.5 locker rooms, which is what scenario 1 and scenario 2 would have, we do have a challenge when we have individuals that would attend where we have perhaps a minority number of girls playing on a boys team. We have new requirements where we accommodate people that do not have do not identify with any specific gender. And for a portion of their period, as they prepare for a game, they would be in designated spaces that have to have all the amenities in terms of access to washrooms and showers. And then they come together at a certain point in the central change room, I'll say, with the balance of their teammates to hear final instructions, pep talks, whatever, from the coaching staff. As we reduce the number of locker rooms, we remove some of the flexibility to change and respond to those changing circumstances. If we have more locker rooms, 4.5 versus 6, there is a subtle operational change we can also incorporate into the building design. Right now, all of the locker rooms open to the ice surface in the building addition. Well, that means we're importing for a short period of time. Think about the number of times a door stays open. Think how many times a coach won't be in the change room, but leaves the door open because they want to monitor, hear what's going on in the locker room. We're importing cold air into that change room. We're then heating that space again. Conversely, if we've got more change rooms, we can distribute where people are changing within the common hallway. Remember, we want current locker rooms, 6, in the existing NDCC bowl. We could bring the 6 rooms onto the same corridor, but we wouldn't have the pinch points opposite each other. and we could distribute people along the corridor better. And what it means is we would now not have the cold air coming out of the ice surface into that room. We'd actually have a marginal energy savings over the course of a season in terms of less heating that would be required to keep the ambient temperature, the desired temperature in a locker room. It's a subtle thing, but it pays for itself many times over in terms of reducing overhead pressures.
So go ahead, Nate, please.
Let's step up.
Please.
I'm Josh Yost. Until about 20 minutes ago, I was the president of Air Minor Hockey. But I can speak to. Not already, not fired, but so this is the facility that we have here is beautiful and the change room hallway is fantastic right now, but we already have limits to this. At our young age groups, we run half ice hockey now. So we as Air Minor Hockey often see smaller centers sending 2 teams at one time to play our one center, which is 2 teams half ice. And even with the 6 room, it's hard to accommodate. You can't put a team from Paris and a team from St. George in the same change room when they each have 15 kids. If we do go 4 change rooms on the one ice surface, it will be very difficult to manage those ice times with the limited amount of change rooms. Like I said, there's already a limit when we see now we're sharing change rooms. We have think of 28-year-olds in one change room as well as their 20 parents tying their skates. We're now going to go to 25, 28 kids in one change room with 28 parents tying skates, along with younger siblings. If you do go option 2 with the 4 change rooms, it'll be very difficult. Also, the changing landscape of hockey, teams are showing up an hour before their ice times now for their warm up, for their dry land, and they're putting their bags in the hallway, waiting for that change room to be vacated half an hour before their ice time. Honestly, probably a bit of a fire hazard if we're getting bags all along the highway and blocking exits through the hallway, sorry. If you go with 4 rooms, that's only going to exacerbate that problem that we already have in this facility. For our association of Air Minor Hockey, I can only recommend going with 6 change rooms. It's honestly, if you had to cut somewhere, you could cut a referee's room. I refereed for 25 years. You don't need 4. 3, I mean, as long as it's close enough to both ice surfaces, 3 is a manageable number. 4 is it's not necessarily needed. It's wonderful if you have them, but that's where you cut. You cut change rooms from 6 to 4, and you're going to struggle with tournaments coming here. Our jamborees for those kids who play half ice aren't going to be able to happen on the one ice surface because of not change rooms. It'll just limit what we can do as an association and on the ice. So that's all I have to say.
Councilors, any comments? Does anyone want to put a motion forward? Nope. CEO McNeely.
So Madam Mayor, to assist council. If you're framing a resolution, what I would ask is that you first of all just receive the report, and that's just housekeeping, record keeping, archived. Then your second part would be which scenario you would be amending the 2025 capital budget. Remember, right now, we got a project over $20 million. That's what the 25 capital budget said. So you're physically amending the 2025 budget to reflect a new project cost of X. And that would be whichever the 3 scenarios you pick would be that project cost. And then you would say to be funded as follows, depending upon which scenario you pick, just go to table 2, and you would list those various funding sources to equal the cost associated with the project.
CEO McNeely, you know we're gonna make you type up that motion when it comes out.
Well, I'm interested in which scenario.
Well,
council
first we
needs
should
to-
have the motion to receive the report. Can I have that motion, please, because I don't have it. Okay, do you have it? Does anybody have it?
Report Missouri -20.
Madam Mayor, it could all be one motion. Just the first line should be.
Okay, because the next motion I have is the noise plan, yeah. So I don't have a motion for this one.
Yes, there is a draft. It starts off with that CAO report 1225 be received.
Does anybody have that?
No.
No, we don't have that.
Circulated as part of Friday's package.
just not in our package.
Not in our package.
And then the rest has to be filled in by council.
Okay, so can we have
I have no idea which scenario council wishes to do it against.
Council Till?
Okay, I'm leaning towards scenario 3. And that's again because of the fact that we're only gonna be able to do this once. It does not make sense to regret decisions. I mean, there will be people that think that the $1 million should not have been spent on this as well. But they're maybe not considering the fact that it needs to be a functional space. So I would like to have some assistance from our wonderful staff in making up a motion to propose scenario 3. To first of all, accept the $5 million grant that you keep on asking for CAO, that we accept that. And then secondly, propose scenario 3 in a motion, as the table describes it supposedly.
So Madam Mayor, if I could assist council in the consideration of a resolution. So you start off with that CAO report 12/2025 be received. You would then say, and that the 2025 capital budget be amended through the value engineering exercise to deliver the twin pad project of the NDCC with second floor programming rooms and 6 dressing rooms at an estimated project cost of $16,190,160. And that the funding source for the Twin Pad Arena project be comprised of fundraising of $1.75 million. Federal grant, $5 million. Development charges, $520,000. Reallocation from the ACC reserve accounts in the amount of $3,548,800. Debt financing at $5,371,360. With that motion, you will have confirmed receiving the report, so it's perfectly happy, it's now gonna be archived. Let me see again. 2, you've identified that you're going to move forward with a twin pad under the value engineering exercise. You're amending the capital budget to reflect the new project price based on scenario 3. And then you've articulated the sources of funding to match the estimated project cost of $16.19 million approximate dollars.
No. He doesn't. Do you want to come help? Doesn't.
So I haven't really changed my opinion on scenario 2 yet. So who's gonna second Councilor Tilly's motion?
That is a good one.
That is a. See, I don't have a second.
You don't have a seconder, then the motion fails. Because Madam Mayor, under our procedural bylaw, you cannot move or second the motion.
I'm just, can I speak before we continue? Because I feel like I'm being kind of ganged up on. I'm sorry. For me, the concern, and I went in with the thought that scenario 2 was doable. Something that I could go to my constituents and say, yeah, you know what, it's okay. We can build a great facility, we can meet all the needs of a twin pad.
Yeah.
And we can do it reasonably. And I felt good about doing the Air Community Center and saying, let's reallocate those $3.5 million. Because I knew we were gonna be we were going to take everything into account. I feel with scenario 3 that we should never have taken that money then. Then in that case, we should have left the money with the ACC and just gone for higher debt here. I still feel quite strongly about that. Like, I get the point of six dressing rooms is great. My kids play hockey. They are sometimes it's mixed teams, and sometimes girls have to change in the referees rooms because there's just not enough dressing spaces. It's on that, it really sucks. I get it. I want to make it work, but I don't necessarily want to make it work in the current. I just feel like this is just, I think we need to discuss this. Is there opportunities to look at increased fundraising? Is there other opportunities here to change some of that around? Because I feel like, especially if we're gonna have to go for the ACC, we're gonna have to go and ask for fundraising for some of those things too, if we want to rehabilitate and turn into gymnasiums. Like it's just really, it's sad that there's not enough more grants. I'm, you know, like we're glad for the 5 million, but 11 million would have been so much better. But it just feels like, okay, I don't know. I'm still stuck.
But at 11 million, we were going 6 million in debt.
That's not something I would agree to either.
So, Mayor?
Councillor Tim.
That is actually, Councilor Williams was actually reading my mind there. And I honestly believe that at this point, if the groups are in agreement that this is something we need to do to make this the proper facility, that we should ask our groups and say, not putting it on, because I believe if you listen to me and follow what I've been going through, I really am for being part of the fundraising for this facility. But can we work as a team, and instead of being 5.3 million in debt, could we say that we could bring that down to 5 million? And could we say that we would be able to raise that additional $371,360 approximately, that we can put that towards our fundraising goal, and that we would use that as our opportunity to as a challenge? Because again, I as a hockey player, during minor hockey, I would appreciate not being left in the hallway, not being left in the in a situation where you're hanging out, waiting for your change room and everything like that. That is totally understandable. I mean, as a kid, you just adapt, you just move on. But I mean, for the adults hockey, it's a different scenario. Split hockey, that where you're splitting the ice, that was something I never thought of, because that wasn't something I was ever actually involved with. But I can appreciate that as well. But if we were to say that, we would want to see ourselves get to a higher level, I think it's possible. I honestly, Russ, you just mentioned that, there's opportunities just by adding these extra spaces, that there is additional fundraising potential. I think that's gonna support Councilor Williams and her concern about whether or not we believe it's the right choice for the township.
Go ahead, Russ. No pressure.
Well,
Goodness.
all I got to say is we made like 4 phone calls for up to 1.1. And we already thought of naming rights.
Right.
So, I'm not gonna put signing my name to it, but I'm pretty confident you can get to that $2 million range. And or 2.1. CCG, we're around 750 right now. More naming rights. There's been also some talk about even naming the facility. I don't know the scope of what the fundraising will be. Josh was mentioning that Air Minor Hockey has dollars tucked away for this, and I'm sure that the Rockets will be contributing, and other organizations, and those people aren't looking for naming rights. So, I know a lot of people that are contributing that I've spoken to, I don't think they want a change room named after them or a programming room. They just want to be founders, people that supported this. So, the corporations more or less take the naming rights for the change rooms and the programming rooms, but the people of the township just want to be part of this.
Yeah.
For $1 million, we're looking at not only extra change rooms, we're also looking at a whole facility upstairs, which could help the community in theater. They can hold theater productions because the acoustics would be better for them. You could have band, have events for them. This would bring in revenue by renting out the facility to bring in the extra income. As I mentioned before, can I ask what the difference was? What the second pad, twin pad would have cost when we built this versus what it's costing us now? There's 4 million in the difference?
No, the twin pad back in 2012 was the $4 million.
4 million. So this is costing us $12 million by, sorry? It's 12. So at the time, if we had chosen to have twin pad, we wouldn't be here. The $4 million back then is now, we're looking at, what was it, 12 million, extra $12 million now? So if we don't do that extra facility, which could accommodate for maybe even Bible, you know, like, what am I saying, the Muslim group that have moved here, maybe they'll rent out the room. There's lots of opportunity for that room, plus Silver Stick, more hockey, you know, skating events. I know skating used to put on, figure skating used to put on productions.
Yes.
You know what I mean, like, and then they need the extra rooms, so they may not consider it now. I think $1 million, we're getting not only 2 extra change rooms, we're getting a facility that can accommodate the community for many different many different community arts, theater, production, whatever, as well as you can rent it out and you'll make money off it. I don't see $1 million as being. And the people that left earlier, I think they would be happy with it because it gives them 2 facilities to use. Anyway, that's my comments.
And then I'll have an opportunity to speak yet. Amy Hutchinson with the Air Rockets. The only thing that I wanted to add to that was that, like we talked about earlier, that we want to make this about the entire community. And I feel like right now we're pitting hockey against community groups again. And I really don't think that that's what we want to do. And like this fundraising effort needs to bring everybody back together. And like, if we want to boost the acoustics, we're fundraising for that as well. And like, we want them to take part in it. And we don't want this to be about a twin pad and community rooms. We want this to be about a facility for our community that has a nice surface, a functioning nice surface with dressing rooms, plus community spaces, plus keeping the ACC. So I think that's what we're missing in this, is that this is about all of the groups. And we want all of the groups and the messaging to be that we will all be fundraising for this.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. John Holman, longtime resident of the township here. I think what's really important here is that the job just gets done. Motions need to be on the floor, things need to move. It's painful for everybody here. And I think out of respect for staff and giving them the opportunity to accurately collect the motion, so that way it can be tabled, seconded, and voted on, I think is very helpful for staff, public, and council.
John, you can't do that because I'm the mayor. I'm not allowed to move the second motion. So it's only 2.
If I can, I just want to make sure that we expedite process to facilitate discussion to happen. And Councillor, they need to be able to look at what community needs. Whether or not you support an idea, that comes once the motion's on the floor. And I voted on motions with different groups that I've been with, and I've had to move a motion to be able to defeat it. And it does happen at other municipal councils as well, where you have a person that is not in favor of a motion that gets it to the floor, so that way it can be either defeated or supported by the bulk of council. And I think that that's probably the best use of everyone's time to expedite the process, to ensure that the motion properly gets on the floor and the members of the public get to hear where things are, and you do a recorded vote. And then you're able to stand and say, on that matter, I actually defeated that motion. So if it's a thing about accountability, I am accountable for that position if I was in your position representing Ward 3. And it's just important that we facilitate this and move it along because there are other delegations and other matters on council. You can spend way more time. It's already 9 o'clock. So I just wanted to offer that thought with the knowledge and experience that I have at other municipal councils that just need to sort of put the motion on the table, then ask for a recorded vote. And then if you vote it down, then you're on the record as having voted it down based on the principles. But it helps the process. It's respectful to members of council, staff, and the public and other delegations that are here. Thank you.
And it's common practice at the region, even if you're gonna vote against it, so get the motion on the floor. It's common practice.
Here, Fox.
Council Rose.
I'm really feeling like people are ganging up on me here. I'm not trying to hold things up. I'm trying to come to the best possible scenario. And I know that I want to do this now. Because if I second this motion, it will go through regardless of what I think. And what I've just gotten was more fundraising. So that is what I was really looking for. So we can modify this motion and get it forward. So before you get like preaching at me about how to do this, I seconded Tilly's motion earlier. And I had a friendly amendment already ready.
And I apologize.
Thank you.
Because I was not implying that, I was just trying to facilitate that, and I believe that procedurally it may have been better to have recess so that council could discuss this matter in full and be things from others.
We wouldn't allow to be doing that. That would be, it has to be here on the public on the floor. So council could have had a recess when we talk about, that's not, that's.
Draft the motion.
Yeah.
Sorry, just if you don't mind. That's it.
Just let me clarify, Russ, publicly you're stating that you were voting with 2.1 million.
Yeah. Break up the downfall, whatever we don't. No, we did 2.2 million before, that was 15 years ago in a recession. You know, you see the community here, and I haven't even put my hand up for a couple golf tournaments yet, so. You know, I'll probably do 2 golf tournaments, that'll raise 100 grand, so.
So there you go.
You know.
And I want a couple of gals with the champagne glass with the hidden diamond in it. I don't even drink it, I bought like a ton of those cups.
Well, we need to hear your.
Yeah.
She wasn't paid for those.
She'll do it all by herself. She'll do it, yes. Let's nominate.
Do you want to speak?
Yeah.
Do you want?
A motion to.
Comes back from the. That's good.
She's like an advice or something now.
So, all right, perfect. So I'm gonna propose that right now, just as a, so it's not a perfectly round number, for fundraising. It would, the number that's being agreed to by Councilor Wellens is $2,121,360, just to make it complicated. Which I appreciate.
$60.
Okay. Which I like that, I like that, it actually kind of rounds it up to, and that puts our debt financing exactly $5 million. So, that's what we're gonna read out with the approval of Councilor Williams, so.
You have to read the motion.
I'm gonna do that now.
Thank you.
I will.
Thank you.
Moved by myself, this is Councilor, the stuff by itself, Councilor Thomas, seconded by Councilor Williams. The CO report number 12-2025 be received, and that council amend the 2025 capital budget to reflect the value engineering scenario 3 to deliver the Twin Pad project with second floor, 2 programming rooms and 6 dressing rooms at an estimated cost of $16,190,160. And that funding sources for the project be compromised to reflect the new project costs of the following.
Comprised. Not compromised,
Oh,
comprised.
thank you.
We compromised,
I used-
this is comprised.
Thank you. Surprise. Yeah, that's good. We'll have it there. But thank you. Fundraising at $2,121,360. Federal grant of $5 million, development charges of $520,000, ACC reserve reallocation of $548,800, debt financing of $5 million.
All those in favor? Okay, stop talking and go get money. All right,
Wow.
I'm gonna see the rest of the meeting.
Yes, yeah, sir. My pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. sir. Yes, you will, definitely. Golf away. I want to go to the dance too.
And 11.2.3, report number BLE 09/2025, noise exemption request for 88 Mitchell Street Air. Any members of the public wish to speak on this?
Yeah.
Councilors, any questions? Seeing none, can I have the motion, please? Councilor Williams is there, yeah, Councilor Costner's gone, so we're gonna put Roman in there, please.
My apologies, Mayor, I'm still
Can you
trying
please follow? Did you need the trustee?
Moved by myself, second by Councilor Rowland, that BLE report number BLE 09/2025 be received and that council grant exemption from the noise bylaw 3421-23 on Saturday, July 12, 2025, from 4 o'clock PM to 11 PM for the purpose of a family reunion party to be held at the property of 88 Mitchell Street there.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. The next one is, it is the fireworks, sorry, just give me a second here, I've had to change that to Councilor Roman too, because Councilor Austin's on here. So report number rec 19/2025 fireworks bylaw exemption request for Pride Park candidate special event. Councilor Tilly, please.
Move by myself, second by Councilor Roman, that our rec report number 19/2025 be received. And that council grant exemption to the parks bylaw number 2985-18 for the extended use of the park and discharge of fireworks on Tuesday, July 1st, 2025, from 9 AM to 11 PM for the purpose of neighborhood candidate special event at Clyde Park 1220 Village Road. And that council grant an exemption from the fireworks bylaw number 3325-22 to allow for the display of fireworks in Clyde Park 1220 Village Road on Tuesday, July 1st, 2025 by the Clyde neighborhood as a community event provided the display concludes by no later than 10:15 PM.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. And report number 11.2.5, consideration of Township Delegations Association Municipalities of Ontario, AMO 2025 conference from August 17th to 20th to 2025. Any members of the public wish to speak on the AMO conference? Seeing none, any questions from Councilor Williams?
So I have a question for you to, maybe even just to you, Mayor. With regards to the new approach of consulting key ministers, with one-on-one meetings instead of doing, delegations. So I was just wondering how that was going to be envisioned. Is this something that mayors would be doing by themselves? Does council have any involvement in that?
I think the one-on-ones are basically, we could have possibly, you would always stand by it, whether it could be there or not, but I think the inflation would always be put out there to all you. But that's as I assume.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And would this also mean that, you know, we would, there would be some formal reporting that comes out of it, or would this just be more just, business with advocating to the province?
If we got results from the application, I think we would put out regardless. We always talk about it, and also, but this is about the annual delegations on this one, so, it's not about separately going to the ministers, this is the annual delegation file.
Correct, but the report mentioned this, and that was the first I heard of it, so I just wanted to get some clarifications. And I don't know if CEO Beasley has any more, but I just wanted to get clarification on that, because I was a bit surprised to read that in this report rather than as a separate item.
There has been a few ministers that have reached out to want to meet with me, that I am going to meet with, I don't know what the topic is or what the agenda is. And just to leave some vacant time left in my calendar for them. Should it be something that it involves our council, I would definitely include you. CEO McMillan, you want to comment?
So, Madam Mayor, on some of these one-on-one meetings, some of it has been in discussions, sort of an after action reporting with the MPPs as to, you know, how was the delegation received? Did we hit the key messages? You know, does it further whatever the agenda item that was trying to be advanced by the township? And they basically said on some of these more complicated files, really the 10 minutes isn't enough. And it's difficult to hit those 2 or 3 key sound bites, given the complexity of some of the files. And so they've indicated that they're willing to support us by either securing those meetings with those key ministers, either at their offices in Queen's Park, and or having them come here, and or having a Waterloo Township Day at Queen's Park, where we might cobble together 3 or 4 of those targeted meetings. Some may be joint amongst the 4 townships. We're talking about that Queen's Park Day, and or you know, there might be a carve out where, say, in natural resources, it's truly something that's a primary focus of the township. We would have our own sidebar dealing with the Minister of Natural Resources. So it was in this report because historically we've listed them in the AMO or the Roma delegation. So we wanted you to know that we're not abandoning them. We're just choosing a different path, which we believe will be more constructive versus the delegations here.
And a lot of those times when we go to Queen's Park, and it's just the mayors. And, yeah. Councillor Tilly.
So I know without mentioning any specifics, but you and I have had a conversation about how the efficiency or the results from our delegations have been not as fruitful as we'd like to see, and so I can't disagree with the CAO's statement about that. I just know that the squeaky wheel generally gets the oil, and I like the idea of us, even if it may not be 100% like immediate response to. I think in some ministers' mind, we've met with them now 4 times in the past 2 years. Mostly you and I, but other people as well, and other members from other councils. But what I think it eventually, like, it's anybody who continuously applies for a job that shows up and keeps on pushing and tries and pushes for what they want. There's unless of course, you know, we've dealt with the fact that ministers have changed rules and then we had to deal with a new minister. That's frustrating in itself. But I also think it shows, and I'm proud to say when we go and we go for a delegation and we sit down and we get to vent for the sake of our constituents, even if it's only for that few minutes, and we leave a piece of paper saying we could say that we did that, and the results, we won't know. I mean, maybe we never know that what the results were, but I know that I've seen some movement on some things, especially with Highway 24, that we're getting somewhere there because the constituents really are for it, and secondly, it's important to them. So I don't know, so I'm just looking at the fact that there's currently one delegation request. And I know there's several different opportunities for us to speak on behalf of other areas where we might do that. So I would just say, is it possible? And I hear what the CAO just said, and then what you said as well, Mayor, that there's an opportunity maybe for us to meet on a different scenario, in a different light, in a different environment where it's not see, hi, picture, take, go away. That is not as highly productive, but at the same time, it does allow the recognition and the connection with our township, with the region, and with the fact that we do work well with the other townships and other members of the community when it comes to councilors and mayors doing that, because I think it makes a big difference personally. And that's really what I guess I would want to say on behalf of this, is that I would like to see the delegation request be increased, not just for the fact of doing something, but also the fact that I think it does have some sort of result, even if we can't see it sometimes.
So seeing McNeely now, Councillor Tiller, I believe was saying that he wants more, but I believe we're doing joint ones still as well. So this is just the one from us. We're still doing the joint ones.
Okay.
There's 4 joint ones?
So Madam Mayor, if I could, I'm just gonna draw everyone to page
Rural transit.
219
Yep.
of the amended agenda. You'll see that joint delegations are being pursued by the 4 Waterloo townships. The rural transit, and that one would include the region. So think of the presentation that Mr. Spooner gave you and the companion staff report, that largely is the key messages. The library services. You remember we met at Roma with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs. While they were receptive to our presentation, they said, you also need to get Minister Cho on site. So this is the looping back on the library services to book in what we did in January. And the third one is the infrastructure grant programs focused on municipalities under 50,000 population. We're going to try and get that with the Minister of Finance. We've historically been in front of the Minister of Infrastructure.
And just to piggyback on that, we've not had any success, I think, in the Minister of Infrastructure, but methodology, I think we might make some progress there. But see, only really when we do that, we have to take specifics to him, because he said, oh no, you can still apply and you get it. And he didn't understand that criteria actually ends up eliminating us, so we need to prove that. But anyways, getting back to the motion, Councillor Bowman, do you want to do the motion, please?
Moved by myself, by Council Tilley, that C report number 13/2025 be received, and the staff be directed to submit a delegation request for provincial government 2025 annual conference on behalf of the township as follows. Ministry of Finance Capital Grant Program Construction, major rehabilitation of recreation and leisure community facility.
All those in favor? Carrie, thank you. Councillor Williams, did you? Okay, good.
Sorry, Mayor, and that was the footbridge request would be going underneath a different, instead of, we'd be doing that differently.
See you McNeil.
So Madam Mayor, just to clarify for the benefit of Councillor Tilley, it would go under that infrastructure grant program focused for municipalities under 50,000, which is a joint delegation with the other 3 townships, because I know in both Woolwich and Wilmot, I apologize, I can't recall for Wellesley, they also have bridge projects that they would like to secure funding for.
Okay, next we have 11.2.6, report number PD 28/2025, traffic concerns on township roads, Activa Harvest Park official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, City of Kitchener. Brad Schlegel, you're up for 5 minutes. Good timing.
Good evening. Good evening is the right term. Mayor Foxton and council, I actually wasn't planning on speaking today. Wasn't sure I was even listed as a delegate. But I'm here with some of my fellow neighbors and landowners from Cameron Road in there, and concerned about a official plan and zoning amendment for the property located at 1388 New Dundee Road in Kitchener. So it is a City of Kitchener application, and we fully acknowledge that. But also are here to hopefully communicate that we feel there's really, well, big impacts on the neighbors to the south who are residents of North Dumfries Township. My property is right across the road from the subject property. Our address is 1363 Cannon Road. So on behalf of myself and the neighbors, and there's a couple others here to speak as well, we're concerned about traffic impact. And also the amount of density that is being planned for the site. I would just point out that the site is already zoned as of right for a considerable amount of density. Upwards of 2.0 FSR, 12 stories on the corner. 12 stories is a large building, even within the urban area, right at the urban edge. And a reminder that New Dundee Road is the urban boundary in the City of Kitchener, North Dumfries Township. 12 stories is a very large building. And right next to rural homesteads, it is a very imposing and a kind of abrupt end to the city. We're concerned about the urban design component, the effect on our properties and overlook, also fitting in with the, the context that that property is found. But also the traffic impact, the fact there is no transit in the area. And Rydell Road is in fact a local road, and according to the most recent secondary planning land use maps, is designated as a cultural heritage road. And also has environmental constraints as well, so will not be upgraded. And is in fact, like I said, a scenic cultural heritage road. So the application that has been put forth by Activa Holdings is requesting an increase from, I think, 788 units, which is already a lot of density on that property, almost tripling it to around 2,300. And suffice to say that our group was caught off guard by the fact that the existing zoning is already at 12 stories in that location. I think a lot of us were expecting lower rise or even kind of mid-rise development, 4-story walk up, which still brings a lot of density with us in that location. Frankly, could still bring concerns with it, but I think that kind of development in this context would be acceptable. 12 stories is already a lot, in my opinion, too much, but that's as of right. It's existing zoning, we can't change that. But to try to triple it beyond what's already there, I think is very aggressive. And I don't think reasonable in this context. So there has been a planning report that was sanctioned by the applicant, by Paradigm Transportation Engineers. It was a very high level document. From what I know from the document, just reading the executive summary, I don't think they looked at Cameron Road at all. And the impacts on, the township infrastructure. Cameron Road, as you know, is a rural cross section, already seeing a lot of traffic in 401. This would multiply it many times over. So lots more that could be said, but I'm, trying to keep it to my time limit. And so we, request respectfully that the township does get involved to look at impacts, not only from a traffic perspective for sure, but also from a quality of life and rural context perspective. The township, countryside that we enjoy. We understand the city is going to be bumping up against New Dundee Road. Everybody accepts that, but it's how it does it and how it addresses the rural context. So we respectfully request the township, where appropriate, to be involved to take a look at this application and the effects on township residents and the job.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Christina Marina. Is she here, Christina? No, we have,
Yeah.
speaker,
She had to leave, she had.
oh, all right. Christina Hennepin. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Foxton and councilors and staff. Christine Hennifer, and I'm a resident of Cameron Road. And I'll also speak for Christina and Elkhorn, my neighbors, just 2 doors up, 1096. They have 2 Bobby Prairie. So, as Brad said, we're very concerned about this proposing the development of the Colonial Vidal in Redundant Road. My husband Robert and I live at 1090 56 Cameron Road. We've been part of the farming community in the Roseville area for 48 years. In addition to owning a private property, we also have a farm at partners, Big Spring Farms at 2842 Roseville Road, with the major part of that farm fronting onto Cameron Road of 2 areas. So, as Brad said, the density of this area is overwhelming. To go from a 12-story building to a 22-story building, which is proposed. I mean, I don't even think there are more than maybe 2 or 3 buildings in the entire Waterloo region that are 22 stories. And you'd expect to see 22-story driving in on the garden into Toronto, not on the edge of the city of Kitchener on rural properties. And really, I think that we do not support this proposal for 2 main reasons. One is traffic flow, and one is compatibility. Cameron Road that we live on is only about 3 to 4 kilometers long. It's a narrow, rolling, hilly township country road. It has very poor sight lines, some blind spots along it, and it has very no shoulders. There are people that walk up and down this road, but I gave up walking because of the danger and the risk in walking. It's literally unsafe. And our neighbors, Christine and Elkhart, have 2 small children who board a school bus every morning and every afternoon. Catholic School Board requires that they cross the road, and traffic is flying along this road. And she's had 1 or 2 incidents where her children have almost been hit by cars despite one of the parents being there. The other major concern we have from traffic flow is farm equipment. Our farm, along with our neighbors, farms all along that road, travel up and down regularly, particularly in the spring and fall during planting and harvesting. And it's a risk currently, but it's going to be a bigger risk if we increase the traffic from this new development. And the other, as Brad alluded to, Cameron Road is a thoroughfare. It's a rapid access from Dundee, Dune, Kitchener, coming down Cameron onto Industrial Road over to Cedar Creek to the 401, both east and westbound. And the speed limit along Cameron Road is 80 kilometers, but I can tell you very few people travel along that road at 80 kilometers. And we feel that with the increased density, that this will only increase the traffic along there and the speed through that area. From a compatibility perspective, we question the appropriateness of increasing the density and height of this development that borders onto farms and rural properties. We do not support building a 22-story. That's totally inappropriate. The area currently has no public transportation options. Residents who move there are going to have to rely on cars or walking unless there's changes. The other thing we fail to understand why the city planning committee would even entertain this
last minute
amendment. And so in summary, we do not support the proposed rezoning development, the neighbors and myself and my husband. And we've submitted our concerns to Eric Schneider, the city planner. And we're, as residents of North Dumfries Township, we would appreciate the support of our elected officials in addressing this in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark DiBenedetto?
Nobody gets it right.
Okay, go ahead, tell me what it is. DiBenedetto. Oh, thank you.
There, so very happy to be here. It's my first time and nothing but relief in the way that you guys handle. This is a volatile night, I can imagine. It got a little warm for me and I wasn't involved, so. I can't speak better than what's been said already, and you have got emails and letters and concerns, so. Basically, it's a show of support and solidarity. I have been in the region for 33 years. I live in Kitchener for 25, right across the street in Doom. So I've only built houses and lived in new subdivisions, so I don't have a concern with development, but this application just, I really don't have words. It's mind-boggling. Me and my boys drove through town looking for examples like to look at, say, this is what 22 stories will look at. And the 12-story buildings close to our area that are close to, residential areas. All right, I would say obnoxious, some of them. So just to have that alone is kind of a problem, but 22 is just, I can't even say. The traffic situation. I live 1403 New Dundee Road, right directly across from the proposed building. And kids call that the front, the drag strip. So I gave Eric some pictures. Of the incident 2018. That's right in front of my house.
Thank you. These are different times?
That's one accident.
Yeah, so.
The white car was my kid.
What car was you? Okay,
That's why I didn't put the pictures in the email, because I don't want to think about them. It's fine. But that's what I walked up on at lunchtime. Sunny day, clear day. Nobody on the road, one distracted driver. He stopped, he went to McDonald's, came home. Stopped to turn left up the hill. Put from the oncoming at that. The car in the tree is when it hit head on. So it is a concern. We sit aside we sit inside in the kitchen. Dinner time. Looking straight out at that spot. Multiple times during dinner, people will stop on the side of the road. Do a full U-turn at that blank hill, double line, other people coming. It's crazy. So you throw another 3,000 people across the street, it's just gonna be a problem. So. Other than that, the building itself, or the proposed density increase was just, I don't see a purpose to it. So I love subdivisions, lovely buildings. I don't agree with that, and I ask you to support as well.
thank you very much. Diane Pentel Parrott. Welcome.
Hi. I'm Diane Pentel Parrott, and I'm at 1272 Cameron Road. I want to say thank you for letting us come and speak tonight. Just my concerns are for all the residents on Cameron Road, plus all in our area, plus I'm looking at the safety. My husband is a farmer. He's farmed that land. He's 75 and he's farmed that land all his life. He's been born and raised where he's living. He rents my portion, and on Cameron Road, he farms from my property line right up to the New Dundee Road on both sides of the road, any farmland that is farmable. And then he also farms down the New Dundee Road from Cameron to the bush, of which we also own some property in that area. So we are on these, from Industrial Road through to Cameron Road, New Dundee Road, we are on these roads from 1st of April to the end of November. Not every day, but many, many times on days that we are on that road. I'm up and down the road twice a day, 3 times a day, because I'm up to my animals that are at the farm. I've almost been hit a couple of times. I've been on Cameron Road and a car distracted driver. I could see her coming.
she was too busy, distracted. She came over into my lane and I had nowhere to go. The side, the shoulders on Cameron, sometimes there's none. And if there is some, they're very, very narrow and it's piles of loose gravel, which washes away in the rain. In the snow, it gets shoveled into our fields, all the stone and everything else. There's no place to go. I almost got hit going down the New Dundee Road, turning onto our property. I was going down with an empty wagon on a tractor. I indicated I was turning right. And it's to get in with the length of what I was pulling, I needed to swing over a little bit. There was nothing oncoming. I slowed down, nothing oncoming. I pulled over. The car behind me tried to pass me on the right as I'm trying to turn right. My husband, just within the last month, was going down Cameron. He was right almost at the bottom of the Boseville Road, coming down the hill. He had a liquid manure, a huge big liquid manure tank and the tractor. And a car that had been following him pulled out around in front of him and jammed on his brakes at the stop sign. And my husband said, I didn't think I was going to be able to stop. And then he took off. There was a guy waiting to turn left onto Cameron, and this guy just kind of went like, you know, like, how could you do that? Like, it's very dangerous. You increase that population, and we're talking units when we say 788 to 2,206. A unit is not one person. Where are these cars all going to park? Where are they going to go? You know, now the traffic on Cameron over Industrial between the 401 and on both exits, Homer Watson and Cedar Creek there, it's terrible during the day. They have absolutely no respect for anybody or speed. The speed is atrocious, and on Industrial, it's 60. They don't go 60. They're going 80 plus up and down Industrial. We can't even get out of our driveway sometimes. We came back one day with an empty wagon, and all we wanted to do was turn into our driving shed. And would anybody coming down the hill to the Roseville Road stop and just let us turn? We had to go up to our other driveway, further up the hill, and then finally somebody let us turn. So it's a big safety issue. This is a long existing rural community, and we just do not need that density. You know, we've got enough density with the low rises that are there. We do not need all that density. And they'll be parking all over the place. And then there's no room for farm equipment, and farm equipment has only grown in size over the years. It's not small anymore, it's large. Because there's more to have to take around. Anyway, thank you for listening, and I hope you'll take our concerns and look at the safety of the whole area up there. It's terrible, and the road conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any comments or questions, councillors? Go ahead, John.
Madam Mayor, members of council, Mark. I don't know what those photographs were like, but I can only create images in my mind. Knowing that it was one of your children that was involved in it is concerning to me. I stood in this room November 18th, 2017. There was a fatality at Shoaldice and Greenfield Road Sprague's Road. I was the first responder on scene, 20 years as a firefighter. I came here to that council meeting, respectfully gave my words and requested that mayor and council of the day ask for regional police to have a look at that intersection and look at the historical situations that happened. We only need to look to January 2021, where 2 children died at that same intersection. Clear sunny day. A mom coming back from Pinehurst with their 2 children. She lost them both. I pulled a deceased 20-year-old impaired driver from a burning pickup truck. These are my neighbors. Not many people know the impacts of post-traumatic stress disorder. It's real. I live with it every day. And so do my kids. So does my family. No one needs to do that. Ever. My colleagues didn't need to experience 2 children deceasing at an intersection where an accident may have been preventable. I make this statement to emphasize and put an exclamation point on my neighbors of the rural part of this township. I respectfully request that members of council and staff consider the impacts of increasing population density at the edge of a rural area, and plead with staff at the City of Kitchener, plead with staff at the region of Waterloo to make very wise decisions in the development growth. And with all due respect, developers are there for one thing and one thing only: to make money. We all want to make money. But at what cost? Should they be making money just because they can put properties and increase dwelling units when there's a high probability on a drag strip someone could die? Fortunately, being trained as a first responder, I knew what to do to that day. And Dr. Draper, who lives on Alps Road, was the first member of the public that was on scene for those 2 children that were deceased, and I talked with him. Please, members of council and staff, implore wise decisions. Implore wise decisions upon the municipal counterparts. Doesn't need to happen. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Members of council, any questions? Questions? Councilor Lund.
Do we, through you to staff, do we have any, police, have we ever chatted with the police about setting up any kind of speeding, opportunities here along Cameron Road and in that area? Like,
That's what I was saying.
yeah, that was my first question, because regardless of what gets added here, it sounds like there is already a large issue.
So Madam Mayor, through Councilor Wilms, yes, we have spoken to the rural staff, rural sergeant about King Road as well as Cameron Road. Because of both corridors, we're witnessing high travel speeds. And we've requested spot enforcement on both of those north-south corridors. On both King and on Cameron, we witness a significantly higher traffic volume than what would normally be generated based on the land use activities that flank each of those respective roads. And in the staff report, you'll see where we've modeled over 2,000 average annual daily trips on Cameron Road. And that's heavily influenced by commuter traffic that is trying to move from the New Dundee corridor through to the Highway 401 Cedar Creek interchange. And the number of roads even higher for industrial further to the south. Because we've got the traffic that's coming down Fisher Home and is then connecting to industrial at that location. As been mentioned by a series of the residents, we've identified to you the existing road profile. It is 7 meters asphalt width. There is really no meaningful shoulders. And we go largely into a roadside ditch system. Portions of the respective road corridors, whether you're talking about industrial or Cameron, are treated or have vegetation on the backside of the roadside ditch. There is no facilities set aside for cycling or pedestrian movements. Both roads are in need of road resurfacing. But we have nothing in the capital forecast that is set aside, for lack of a better term, to redesign the roads, reconstruct the roads to handle the traffic that's being modeled for the future. What concerns staff in this? We were never invited to the pre-consultation meetings. And the region and city staff made the directions to Paradigm, focusing only on a series of intersections on New Dundee Road that would be influenced potentially by the increased density. Density, there is already improved development, has been identified by a series of residents. It is for approximately 788 residential units in sum. The proposal through the amendments would add an additional 1,411 residential units. That's a factor increase of 1.8 times increase. The reports make no reference to the roads to the south controlled by the township and what potential impacts would exist in terms of the increased development. And, ultimately, you as council, future generations of council will be forced to make some significant capital investments, not dealing with the road resurfacing, but road reconstruction in recognition of those traffic volumes. We're talking about fairly high order roads that are not designed for high order capacity.
Thank you, CEO. Councilwoman.
Madam Mayor, so my question was similar to the answer the CEO just gave. When we look at all the pressure points along New Dundee Road, Fisher Hallman and Trusser, Stauffer Woods, Dodge Drive, etc., Rydell, Cameron, and also the new Strasburg Road extension. There was talk many years ago about some sort of direct route from South Kitchener to the 401. I guess that's been abandoned. But is the plan of the city and the region then just to dump all the traffic onto New Dundee Road and have all those cars somehow either make it out to Homer Watson or come down Cameron to Industrial to the 401? I'm just curious what's the nature and the extent of discussions that our staff have with City of Kitchener staff or with regional staff, because just to sit here and let this happen, it's going to get worse and worse. I know the concern right now is density about these apartment buildings, but with that brings a lot of increased traffic. And as Mr. Holman mentioned, all this increased traffic will lead a lot more accidents, I would assume. So I'm just saying that as council, we need to send sort of a message to the region and to the City of Kitchener that I'm not satisfied with just the status quo and just saying that traffic is being dumped onto New Dundee Road and that's our problem. There has to be some sort of compromise, some sort of solution worked out with the city. We're gonna have this kind of growth.
So, Madam Mayor, through Councillor Rowland, as it relates to, I'm going to use the word the bypass around the community of Roseville, generally running parallel to Fisher Hall. It is still in the region's transportation master plan. But if I recall, it's been pushed out post 2040. And as such, there is no environmental assessment work being looked at, no potential land assembly, no preferred corridor for the creation of that bypass. It was meant to be a reliever, for lack of a better term, to move some of that traffic that's continuing to grow as urban Kitchener continues to grow east-west along the north side of New Dundee Road. And recognizing that there is a commuter pattern that tries to access the 401 corridor, and that's through North Dumfries. This is further compounded because Cameron and Industrial do not line up at Roseville Road. there is a jog. And so that jog, to make that connection, creates additional turn movements, potential conflicts with the east-west traffic then on Roseville Road. You can see that we're modeling over 3,500 vehicle movements today on an average annual count for that northerly portion of industrial. It will only get worse as urbanization continues along the New Denver corridor. What staff have requested, the council adopts the report as presented, is we do a couple of things. We notify the city of Kitchener that we're retaining our site expertise from the township's engineering firm, Burnside, to do a review of the paradigm report and look at whether or not the methodology and analysis speaks to those traffic volumes affecting both Cameron and industrial. What, if any, implications there could then be on those respective corridors, and what is the exposure to the township in that regard? We're asking the city to, at their mid-June meeting, to not make a decision on the merits of this file in the absence of the township being able to return with a follow-up report coming out of that analysis by Burnside. And not knowing how quickly Burnside will be able to mobilize, how quickly they'll be able to get all the data that they may need to make an informed recommendation back to Township Council. Our intent would be to come back to Township Council with conclusions from that analysis. And then council would take a position, and that would be a follow-up to the city of Kitchener property.
Okay, Councilwoman has to do a motion, so we can go past 10 o'clock. Councilwoman.
Moving myself by Council Wilms, that council extend the curfew for the May 26, 2025 council meeting beyond the 4-hour time limit as set up with procedural bylaw.
All those in favor? Thank you, carried. Any other questions? Council Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to staff, one of the things that was noted in it by the delegates, and also that I was considering as well, is there any guidelines on how to move from a urban density to a rural density so that it's like not this abrupt kind of like, oh, I'm in the city, no, I'm suddenly in a farmland. Is there any kind of standards across Ontario? And I'm seeing you shaking no. So perhaps the follow-up question is there something that we should be requesting the province look into? Because I'm sure we're not the only ones that are struggling with this as our cities grow and expand and our countryside gets more and more contracted. But we still need a countryside and we still have a rural setting available, and we should be very careful and considerate about everybody's needs here. And we certainly, as a township, don't have the funds to go around making all of our small country lanes into like highways.
I think that's a good thing that we can discuss in the future, because the problem is that we don't have jurisdiction in other municipalities.
Yeah.
So we would have to get joint municipalities to come together and decide on that, and that may be an option in the future. Maybe I'll suggest it on our mayor's meeting. Can I get the motion, please, Councilor Williams?
I move by myself, second by Councilor Tilley, that report number 28-2025 be received, and that staff retain the services of the township's external engineering consultant, RJ Burnside and Associates, to undertake a review of the traffic impact assessment that has been filed in support of the Activa Harvest Park planning applications. And that staff advise the city of Kitchener that the municipality has concerns with respect to potential traffic impacts arising from proposed planning act applications on the township's road network, and specifically Cameron Road and Industrial Road. And a request be made to the city of Kitchener to defer a decision on the merits of the Activa Harvest Park planning act applications until such time as the township's review of the traffic impact study has been completed, and that staff return to a future council meeting with a follow-up report.
All those in favor? Carried, thank you. And CEO McNeely, maybe we can get leasing out there? Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for your
There's no further correspondence. Mayor, Council report, Council Roman, request to change the tennis net sites at Smith Park and Victoria Park to pickleball heights.
Madam Mayor, I was contacted by a number of residents, who are playing indoor pickleball. Guess a few years ago, we first discussed pickleball, I think 10 years ago or 9 years ago, the CEO talked about pickleball, we all laughed. But now we're victims of our own success, because now there's a lot of people that play pickleball. And they've been lobbying me personally pretty hard to have some sort of permanent solution to pickleball. Right now, I guess the current service level that council has established is just to lower the net height a little bit. But what they're asking me is, when will council commit to a permanent outdoor pickleball court? So they either want one of the courts at Schmidt Park, or one of the courts at Vic Park, or one at Beach Park to be converted to a full-time year-round, well, not year-round, it's all summer long pickleball court, and not just be a tennis court at the lower net. So that was the request that they made to me. So I just want to get an update from staff. I know that in the interim, we looked at just doing tennis net that are lowered, but what is the long-term strategy here? I guess that'd be through to Karen Winter.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councilwoman, it's 2 inches. That is what we've been saying. And so tennis can be played, obviously on the tennis court, or pickleball can be played on a tennis court net. Tennis cannot be played on the pickleball net, if that makes sense. To change this out, I think if that's council's decision, and that's why I asked Mr. Hutchings to come and speak to council, because it is a change in service level. To change it out, I think the simplest solution would just be to purchase a couple portable nets and just take the tennis net off completely. That would just be the easiest one, and then you can decide whether we do one at Vic, one at Schmidt, or both at Vic, or however council thinks that should go. I just do want to remind you, currently I do have a Learn to Play tennis program that is going at Vic until, if we don't get any rain, until June the 6th, or the 7th, I think. If it goes beyond that, if it does rain, it will go a longer program. So my suggestion is the portable net. To go to a permanent net situation, I did get a very high level quote today, and it would be about $2,200 just to put the post in and get a net per court. That's just high level. It's not anything that we would, get an actual quote on. So if we did that, that would be $2,200. That's not realigning not redoing any lines. That would leave the lines exactly how they are now. So it would be one court on top of the actual tennis court. There are other options out there. We can put more courts in there. We could spend the money, but we do have, like I said, we have the 3 courts that are both tennis and pickleball at Schmidt, and 2 at Vic. We'll also have another one probably in the next couple of months out at Brown's Community. They'll have a dedicated pickleball court out there. We also have indoor. We have all the 3 courts here year round. Yes, you do have to rent them, but we do have the pickleball courts here that we have the program. So I do agree with you. The program is very important and it is growing. I just don't know how to accommodate the net situation so that everybody can play.
Councilor Roman.
Madam Mayor, so as a follow-up, the dedicated court at Browns is based partially what caused some of the problems, because now the comment I've heard is that why does Browns get a dedicated pickleball court, but Air doesn't? So the Air pickleball contingent have to drive to Kitchener now to go to dedicated courts, or drive to Paris or Brantford, or wherever they go. So they would like some sort of commitment that we're going to actually go to a dedicated court similar to what Browns is getting. So I guess in the interim, I would like to see the portable nets go into at least one of the courts somewhere, so we can at least see if there is an uptake in using the outdoor courts. But maybe at budget time, we can discuss a long-term strategy.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Tilly.
Question for, Councilor Roman. In regards to the outdoor, facility, is that preferred to the indoor? I know we do indoor pickleball. Is it just an option, or do players enjoy outdoor for the same reason people enjoy but tennis outdoors, or I'm just curious.
Thanks. I guess, basically what they said to me is they want to have an opportunity to be outside playing outside, just with fresh air, but, I don't know if. It's better, and I know Victoria Park, some people complain that the court is not totally level, so playing pickleball is challenging there, but. I haven't verified that, but, maybe it's a home court advantage if you bring your friends into play, I don't know.
Can I have the motion, please, Councillor Roman?
Motion I have, move myself, second by Councilor Wilms, that staff undertake review of the current and future service levels. Level standards related to the tennis courts located at Schmidt Park and Vic Park. And the staff also assess what an interim opportunity may look like related to the use of tennis courts as opportunities for pickleball courts as assessed for the longer term. And the staff prepare a follow-up recommendation report related to this matter at the June 16th, 2025 meeting of council. But I think that last part of it is changed to the budget.
I was just wondering about. I was thinking more, I'd like to know what it would cost to completely convert one of the tennis courts to pickleball. That's one of the questions I would have. And the other one would be whether we build another.
So Madam Mayor, if you're going to make the long-term commitment to actually convert a tennis court to pickleball, then you're looking at creating 2 pickleball courts. The geographic footprint of an existing tennis court, if you're going to redline everything, you could create 2 pickleball courts. The question becomes, is there the need for it? Question mark. And what is the implications on the tennis component? Township Council wrestled with this issue when we did the capital build for the 3 tennis courts at Schmidt Park and the resurfacing of Victoria Park. Council told us, make them 5 tennis courts, but put the lines in that allow both tennis and pickleball. That's been delivered. What's being asked now is allow us to convert undefined number of tennis courts to accommodate pickleball. Ms. Winters is saying, why don't you, if council's committed to that alternative approach, why don't you go with the least investment right now, which is those temporary movable pickleball court nets, monitor what happens, and then you can get a better understanding of what future implications could be on both cohorts. And then that might inform a budget implication down the road, because if we go to, let's just pretend we're going to take 1 tennis court and turn it into 2 pickleball courts, you're now looking at resurfacing, because we've got to change the patterns and reline, and then put new cores in to put the new net placements.
So, Karen, you've got a June 16th return to council. Is that enough time to look into this matter and do nets and see how it works?
I will definitely look into it, and the only thing I can say is I'll do my very best to get it by June 16th. It'll be a push, but I can't really try.
So that would be on the temporary nets,
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
not the longer term strategy. That
No,
would be on
no,
long
I'm
term.
talking the temporary. I was just wondering whether it'd be better to give you more time, because June 16th is a blink away. You know, I mean, June is this week. Right, this weekend, yeah. That gives you, 16th, that's not enough. Let's try and move it to another date, okay? What would be a next meeting?
Sir, I'm a little bit confused. What are you asking for on June 16th? I mean, we
In the staff
know,
report, it says a follow-up recommendation reported related to this matter at June 16th.
but it's related to the interim, which would be we buy 1 or 2 portable temporary pickleball nets, similar to what we used to have in the ECC or in the NDCC McNeil Hall. We would take down the nets and we would just,
Totally understand, COP.
we just hope that people don't vandalize those nets.
And what I'm saying is that June 16th is a blink away, and if we get a lot of rainy weather, you're not gonna be able to analyze anything.
No, we're not analyzing anything. We're coming back with a cost. Because we have to buy the nets.
Understood, thank you. Yeah, as a follow-up recommendation report, I thought they were gonna recommend one thing or another, but it says, because it says a follow-up recommendation report.
On the intro. We haven't told you what it's gonna cost.
Okay. Councilor, did you need it? Okay, all those in favor? Carried. And, oh, look at this, Council Williams, bylaws, first and second reading, please. Where's the, should I just do Councilor Williams? What's up?
Moved by myself, second by Councilor Rowland, that the following bylaws be read a first and second time. Bylaw number 3564-25, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council on May 26, 2025.
All those in favor? Carrie, thank you. Councilor Tilly, can you do the third reading of bylaws?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Moved by myself, second by Council Williams, that bylaw number 3564-25 be read third and final time to sign and sealed by the mayor and clerk.
All those in favor? Carrie, thank you. And Councilor Tilly, can you do the adjournment, please?
Certainly. Moved by myself, second by Council Roman, that whereas business before the council meeting is completed at 10:14 PM and be it resolved that this meeting is adjourned.
All those in favor? Carrie, thank you. Great night.